metres before this season, wearing number 68. 69 is Conal Doyle. This is going to change as Kieran Kelly starts to tie and Killian can smell the blood from there. Coming into the home straight to finish. Who's going to take this on the... Taking the lead is Ailish Flanagan. Royal Valley, Gabriel Bell coaching him in 16-11. Jumping off from the start, let's cheer her on, and it's Louise Shanahan on the outside in the pink, starting to make a bit of a move. Shanahan from Common Road. Rachel is coming into the home straight. Storm is super run. Jumping the last one. Absolutely. Andrew Corson. Every second counts, Shane. Let's keep that going. But Joe Lyons heard for Joe. Men's A 1500 metres before this season, wearing number 68. 69 is Conal Doyle. This is going to change as Kieran Kelly starts to tie and Killian can smell the blood from there. Coming into the home straight to finish. Who's going to take this on the... Taking the lead is Ailish Flanagan. Royal Valley, Gabriel Bell coaching him in 16-11. Jumping off from the start, let's cheer her on, and it's Louise Shanahan on the outside in the pink, starting to make a bit of a move. Flanagan from Common Road. Rachel is coming into the home straight. Storm is super run. Jumping the last one. Absolutely. Andrew Corson. Every second counts, Shane. Let's keep that going. But Joe Lyons heard for Joe. Men's A 1500 metres before this season, wearing number 68. 69 is Conal Doyle. This is going to change as Kieran Kelly starts to tie and Killian can smell the blood from there. Coming into the home straight to finish. Who's going to take this on the... Taking the lead is Ailish Flanagan. Foyle Valley, Gabriel Bell, coaching in 16 and 11. Power jumping on from the start. Let's cheer her on, and it's Louise Shanahan on the outside in the pink, starting to make a bit of a move. From Carmen Lewis, Rachel is coming into the home straight, starting super run, jumping the last way. Absolutely. Andrew Corson, every second counts, Shane. Let's keep that going. Andrew Corson with Matt Wigglesy coming into the home straight. Matt Wigglesy. Fergal O'Hare isn't done yet, and Joe Warren manages to go in front. Fergal O'Hare is coming back strong, but Joe Lyons third for Joe. Men's A 1500 metres before this season, wearing number 68. 69 is Conal Doyle. This is going to first race of the meet is about to get started. We're looking at the junior girls. Now these girls are over 1150. And we're off. If you want to have the girls that turned out today, wearing number 3 is Jodie Foster from Steeplechase, and her sister is wearing number 4, Harry Foster from Littlefield. Wearing number 5 is Ashton Smith from Ballymena and Antrim. Number 6, Grace Byrne. Number 7, as they go through here, they have 2 laps to go. So 2 laps, girls, mindful that you have 2 whole laps. We're going to name one, honey, from Beachfield. We're going to name one girl. Wearing number 8 is Leah Gagan from Mullingar. Number 9 is Adele Gagan from Mullingar. And again from Mullingar, number 10 is Queen O'Donoghue. Number 11 and 12 are a couple of girls from Lisburn, Rebecca Moore and Anna Brosnan. From MBH is Queen on Curran, and she's wearing number 14. Wearing number 16 and 17 are 2 girls from Ballymena and Antrim, Mary Clements and Ava McAllister. 19 is from Lagan Valley, Sophie Blaney. And then 3 Beachmount Harrier young girls wearing 20, 21 and 22. Ava Diver, Anna O'Kane and Emily Clark. There is Leah. Number 5 is Ashton. Number 3 is Jodie Foster. Thanks to Justin Reid as ever for his sponsorship of this race, and we have race on here with number 8, Leah Gagan from Mullingar, wearing the maroon, and putting it up to her there is number 6, Grace Byrne. In third there is, I think it was Jodie Foster, it's one of the Foster girls. 200 metres to go, guys, and we really have a race on here. Grace has put the burners on, but has Leah got another gear to put in? It's not over till it's over, and as I say that, we have young Foster coming back at them. With 120 to go, she's putting the boot down. Number 5 is the wrong name there. It's Ashley Smith. Leah Gagan. Ashling Smith is super run with Leah Gagan second. Young Foster third and Grace Byrne in fourth. Super racing from our girls here in the under 15 1K race. Thanks to Justin Reed for sponsorship of the first race of the meet, and a Broderick from Lisbon finishing nice and strong. Well done, girls. That was super running, and you gave us a really, really good race. Lovely running, well done. Emily Black there from Beachmount Harriers, and here's her clubmate, a really happy, smiling Anna O'Kane. That's it, Anna, good girl, well done. With the COVID rules, the great news is you're going to present your prize to yourself, ladies. So the seniors will have to get used to this. But isn't it great to get on the podium? Very well done, girls. In third place from Mullingar. Judy Foster from Winterfield. Well done, and you beat your sister in Belfast. Always good. So you can take your bag up there now. Well done. Congratulations. I'm the second and third. In second place, all the way from Mullingar, so good, worth your while coming up here today, Leah. We'll see you for a few more races as well in our seniors. Lee Gagan from Mullingar Harriers. And the winner put the foot down with about 440 to go. Ballymena and Andrew. And it's Ashling Smith. Ashling, don't worry about it. We know at the end. So our super ladies here, nice smiles on themselves, keeping themselves distant from each other. Jodie, Leah, and Grace. Well done, ladies, and looking forward to seeing you back here as seniors racing the senior races. Very well done. Boys, 1K, about 2K.
Wasn't happy with that me at all.
From Beachmount Harriers, we have 2 athletes, wearing number 24 is Finn Donnelly and 25 is Lauren Donnelly. Mullingar Harriers, wearing number 27 is Max Tracy. Leading at the moment from from Mullingar is Jamie Wallace, wearing number 33. And our other Mullingar athletes wearing number 32 and 34 are Connor Sherwin and Connor Wilson. Oh, all Connors are down to get my names confused here, guys. Wearing number 28 is Ben Clavin for Power AC. Liam McAllister is wearing 29 from Ballymoney and also in the same club wearing 30 is Emma Smith. Moving down to our list for athletes, 35 is Oisin Lynn, who's leading the race there. 36 Ashton Cusick and 37 Luke Morrison. And Finn Harrow is wearing 38. Wearing 40 is Tom Doherty, 41 is Carl Henry, and from Armagh, 43 is Mark Beale. The leader in the first lap is Jane Ross. They all went with the last four. Their numbers were inverted, so it's actually Adele that was on the podium in finishing that race. Adele actually so good, she didn't even bother to. Doing our presentation here, folks, and as you know, it's a fast presentation. This way I can see first thing prepared. So in third place, representing Lisbon, Oisin McLean. Well done, Oisin. McLean. In second place, from Mullingar Harriers, is Max Tracy. Well done, Max. Mullingar having a good day here today. And the winner with a big smile on his face and some pick with 1:20 to go from Corgan AC, because he has Corgan AC on his vest, is Ben Clavin. Congratulations, guys. Great racing today, super race for us to watch, and hoping to see you up here in the future in our senior races. Well done, guys. A 1500 metres before this season, wearing number 68. 69 is Conal Doyle. This is going to change as Kieran Kelly starts to tie and Killian can smell the blood from there. Coming into the home straight to finish. Who's going to take this on the... Taking the lead is Ailish Flanagan. Royal Valley, Gabriel Bell coaching in the 16-11. Jumping off from the start, let's cheer her on, and it's Louise Shanahan on the outside in the pink, starting to make a bit of a move. Shanahan from Common Wood. Rachel is coming into the whole straight. Dawn is super run. Absolutely. Andrew Corson. Every second counts, Shane. Let's keep that going. But Joe Lyons turned for Joe. Men's A 1500 metres before this season, wearing number 68. 69 is Conal Doyle. This is going to change as Kieran Kelly starts to tie and Killian can smell the blood from there. Coming into the home straight to finish. Who's going to take this on the... Taking the lead is Ailish Flanagan. Royal Valley, Gabriel Bell coaching in the 16-11. Jumping off from the start, let's cheer her on, and it's Louise Shanahan on the outside in the pink, starting to make a bit of a move. From Common Wood. Rachel is coming into the whole straight. Dawn is super run. Absolutely. Andrew Corson. Every second counts, Shane. Let's keep that going. Andrew Corson with Matt Wiggles. Coming into the whole straight. Matt Wiggles. Fergal O'Hare isn't done yet as Joe Warren manages to go in front. Fergal O'Hare is coming back strong. But Joe Lyons turned for Joe. Men's A 1500 metres before this season, wearing number 68. 69 is Conal Doyle. This is going to change as Kieran Kelly starts to tie and Killian can smell the blood from there. Coming into the home straight to finish. Who's going to take this on the... Taking the lead is Ailish Flanagan. Royal Valley, Gabriel Bell, coaching in the 1611. Power took it off from the start. Let's cheer her on, and it's Louise Shanahan on the outside in the pink, starting to make a bit of a move. Shanahan from Carmen Wood. Rachel is coming into the home straight. Dawn is super run. Absolutely. Andrew Corson. Every second counts, Shane. Let's keep that going. Andrew Corson with Matt Wigglesy. Coming into the home straight, Matt Wigglesy. Fergal O'Hare isn't done yet as Joe Warren manages to go in front. Fergal O'Hare is coming back strong, but Joe Lyons hard for Joe. Men's A 1500 metres before this season, wearing number 68. 69 is Conal Doyle. This is going to change as Kieran Kelly starts to tie, and Killian can smell the blood from there. Coming into the home straight to finish. Who's going to take this? a good field in our ladies steeplechase. That will be followed then by the 100 metres for men and women, and then we've a couple of 5Ks. After that will be the 200 metres B and C for women, and then the 5K for women. Mixture thereafter of our 2s, 15s, 8s. So a full programme here today, guys, with 32 of our senior races expected here. First race, as I said, will be this ladies steeplechase. Guy, turn him on the microphone. I can hear it coming out. Brightman! Oh, sorry. What's that? You don't put light. At a qualifying time for the Olympics. Olympics to be held in Tokyo in July. I was getting my months mixed up there later in the year, so hopefully we'll have another, at least one. Let's not forget that 2 of the athletes here competed in the steeple in the Rio Olympics. So we have a genuine attempt at this qualifying time here.
I go over and get them to move the barrier. Just.
And we're off in this ladies steeplechase. Folks, I'm expecting this to break up into an event of 2 halves, in that we will have this serious athletes who are
when I say serious, have a serious chance of qualifying for the Olympics out in front, and then we'll have our 2 athletes behind them who will be looking for PBs and good times. Perfect conditions here, but they will need your support around the track, so we'll appreciate you cheering on our ladies. In the lead here, wearing number 308, is our Olympian Michelle Finn from Leevale. We absolutely knew she came here with intent and will be trying to get that qualifying time. Olympian, world championship, she also competes in the world championships, and of course is our national champion. Behind her, wearing 309 from Newcastle AC, is Kerry O'Flaherty. And let's not forget, Kerry is also an Olympian. Once an Olympian, always an Olympian in my eyes. Another girl who competed in the World Championships in 2015. Of course, she's competed in the European Championships as well. For Michelle, she has a PB of 9:43, and this season in her first opening steeple she ran 9:45. I don't think I've seen Kerry run a steeple this season. Yeah, I don't think she has, so it's an opener for Kerry here today. But a great day, and what a superb track. We all know that Belfast Mary Peters track is a fast track. This race is sponsored by Beachmount Harriers, and we appreciate your support. As our ladies come up here, folks, we'll cheer them on. Let's get them going for this qualifying time. It's going to be a tough one, but Michelle knows that Kerry is right on her heels, and just sticking with her there as both of them aim to do a good fast time here today. Our other 2 athletes hoping for PBs today, wearing 305, is Abby Sheridan from RD District. She's an 11:22 to her name, but she's convinced she's in much better shape. Ava McGoldrick is a seriously interesting athlete, 306. I'm used to seeing her in the 800 metres, and today is only the second time she has competed over hurdles, but I tell you, she's a lovely style. That was a super jump there. Well done, Ava. So hopefully she'll get her PB. Out in front, as we expected, I said this was going to break down into a race of 2, and that's exactly what we have here. Michelle Finn came here with intent, cleared that hurdle. Did you see how far across she got onto that? Nearly avoided the water altogether. Bit of support here in the home straight for these girls. That's great, girls. Let's dig in. It's perfect conditions here today. Kerry running really strong, lovely stride in her. Watch how cleanly the girls clear those hurdles. Lovely hurdling technique from them. And in the home straight here, Avie Sheridan, RD District. Good girl.
Good stuff. Well done. Well done.
It's a small group here today competing, but the intent of the girls out front is there to be seen. They have an Olympic goal at the end of this to get to the Olympics, and as are some other athletes that are competing here today, they have a genuine attempt at getting a qualifying time. Eva McGoldrick, good girl. Lovely clearance from Michelle going across there. Slightly different style from Kerry. She jumps into the water. Michelle seems to almost clear it. Beautiful technician coming up here. And we're going to have 4 laps to go. Good girl, Michelle. I always say about running, good girl, Kerry. I always say about running on the track, it's like a goldfish bowl, and so everybody around the track is looking and watching and keeping an eye on you, so it keeps the athletes honest. But we don't have to worry about that for these 2 up front, because they have another big aim in board, and that is the qualifying time for the Olympics. The actual qualifying time is for the steeple is 9:30, but of course there is this secondary where the X amount of athletes get through the top in the world. Quota was the word I was looking for, Marius. Thank you very much. The quota system. So everything to pay for here. And a lovely, lovely clearance there, nice and strong. Kerry now coming up to this barrier.
3 on the board.
Good girl, Ava.
Good stuff.
Good stuff. Good girl. Well done.
That's it, Michelle.
Michelle now going to start looking at the back markers, so it'll be good for her to keep the pressure on herself, looking to catch a couple of the athletes in front of her. And Kerry going lovely and strong, looking strong. Running really well there. Once again, a big thank you to Beachmount Harriers, who's the sponsor of this event. Overall events here sponsored by Kinetica, and they are out there, Rebecca and Emily and her team, giving some of the Kinetica drinks out as samples. Big mention to East Down AC, who are doing the YouTube streaming currently, and Direct Furniture from Anderson Road and Antrim Road are sponsoring them today, so we appreciate that. 3:05, Abby Sheridan from RD heading out there now. She'd 3 to go, so just under a K exactly to go, and Michelle is looking really strong. That's an interesting technique from Aveen over that water jump. Good girl.
2 to go.
Coming up to 800 metres. Now this is where it hurts, folks, and this is where you as the supporters can help her around. 7:09 on the clock with 800 metres to go, and Michelle is looking really strong. Let's hope she keeps that up. She's such a strong runner. Kerry, last 800 metres. Good girl. Let's start picking off the girls in front. Good girl. Down the back straight, folks. Appreciate your support in this attempt. Solo run for Michelle. Looking for the qualifying time for Tokyo. Super runner always gives an honest race. She is, isn't she? 600 metres to go in this attempt to get this qualifying time. And a nice jump there from Michelle as she comes through. You dropped 2 things as you were running. Yeah, nobody there. Good girl. 2 laps to go, Avon. Good girl. Abby, that was going through. So Michelle is coming up now for the penultimate time. She's got 400 metres. She's having a super race.
Come on.
Let's cheer her on. Let's keep her going. Let's let her know that everybody's watching her. 8:24, 8:25, the clock stopped at there as she went through on her last lap in this 3K steeplechase. She's got AB ahead of her now. She's going to be focusing on her, reeling her in, trying to get her, to coax her into getting a faster time. And Kerry now, 400 metres to go, having a strong run there, but the class act is Michelle Finn out front here. She's coming up now nearly with over that. Great. 200 metres to go, marginally out because they run inside for the water jump. So last water jump coming up, and I want everybody up around the bend screaming Michelle on here. She's got AV just in front of her so she can cheer her on.
Oh, last 200, big.
Last 120. And she's going to catch AV, so that will encourage her, but you're going to help her now into this home straight. Let's cheer her on for the last 80 metres. Going for a good time here today. Pushing it in. Come on, Michelle. Great run, Michelle. Superb run on her own. 9:39, that's absolutely superb. That's a huge season's best. Her last season's best was 9:45. This isn't official, unofficial, so we'll get the official when I get the results down, but generally the clock tells us 9:45 was hers. That's a PB. If I've got the right details here, I think that's going to be a PB. Kerry Harty coming in, had a good strong run. And good to see her back on track. I hadn't seen her race on track, in particular in the 3K this season. Good running, Kerry. Well done. Oh, I had 9:43.
Oh no, 38.0.
Oh, you're really inside it. So just a second outside her PB for Michelle Finn there, but an absolutely super run. Gun to tape, went to the front, which is what you expect from Michelle in a race. Good girl, Aveen. 1 lap to go. Super running. Well done. And turning in her last water jump there, Abby Sheridan is going to come into the home straight here. I didn't get a watch on it, but thinks she was in good shape for a PB. So what happened there? Good girl.
That's it.
Last 50 metres. Good girl. Looking really strong.
That's it, Abby.
And I'll tell you what Abby will learn. She'll learn to double tie her laces in future, because not just one of them is open, but 2. And it doesn't help when you're going into the water jump. So for those athletes who are considering doing the steeple, do be careful that you double knot those spikes. Folks, if you clear the track, we've an athlete coming through in the finish, so sprinters, just be careful. One more girl coming through. Aveen McGoldrick. Good girl, Aveen. Second time ever for Aveen to do a steeplechase, and I'm really proud of her. Good girl, well done. Great running, Aveen McGoldrick there, and she'll be, I think, a happier girl when she gets back to her 800 metres.
To the prize.
Oh yes.
Before we do the 100s.
Yeah. Presentation of the prizes here. So ladies, if you just stand behind the 1, 2, 3 podiums, and we'll get the prizes for you. Sponsored by Beachmount Harriers. Paul McGee is here to make sure that we give out the sponsorship prize and certain people don't pocket them, except you girls, you're entitled to. So in third place, representing RD District, A.V. Sheridan. Good girl, A.V. Very well done. Yeah, there's no handshakes here today. Sorry about that, guys. In second place, strong run there, and I think it was her first steeple of the season. Maybe? Yes. Third? Okay, I haven't been watching. Kerry O'Flaherty from Newcastle AC. Good girl, Kerry. And in an unofficial time of 9:39. Yeah, his chances are 38. Took it from the front, from Lee LAC, Michelle Finn. Congratulations, girls. Well done, and thanks for a great race. Mention to A.V. McGoldrick for making up that race. Really appreciated. Thank you, ladies. Down to the start of the later, as will Faith Finney. Sarah McCarthy's running the 2 later. She's here, and Sinead Quinn. Looking forward to seeing those ladies racing again, but that was a nice strong run from our ladies here in the 100 metres for women, sponsored by McGee Plastering. Our next event on the track will be the men's A 100 metres. That's sponsored by Maria Morris. Maria here helping out on the day as well.
You do your job, we do ours. Yeah, but they're going off and then I'll come back on. I want to see when they finish. I want them here.
1, 2, 3. If you stay on the track, girls, and we'll do the presentation. So that would be Niamh Whelan, Molly Smith, and Sarah Murray. If you can stay on the track, we'll get the presentation as soon as we get that photo finish sorted. Unless you want to do elbows at dawn and sort it yourself, ladies.
They're taking the charts off, so maybe get ahead.
Men's 100 metres. Am I on? 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. Men's 100 metres about to get started in lane 1. We're in 200. Charles Owefa from Mullingar, Greg Duggan and Daniel Kilgannon coaching him, and he's a 200 metres later on. He's a 10.92. Lane 2 is Joseph Oweyu from Tala at 10.63. Same PB for Israel Olatun from UCD in lane 3. Lane 4 is Stephen Gaffney from Rathfarnham. 10.52, coached by Stuart Hogg and Keane McDonough. Lane 5 is Aina Madden from Carrick and Shannon, a 10.55 lad. David Murphy is in lane 6. Finish line, you're good? Yeah. Good to go, Mr. Starter. Lane 6 is David Murphy, as I said. Lane 7 is Dean Adams from Ballymena and Antrim, a 10.76 lad. And lane 8 is Kadamuchi Ogbeni from Titan Athletics, a 10.85. Sponsored by Maria Morris. The men's 100 metre A race. Yeah. Full field here today, all 8 athletes.
You know something I got?
What excitement are you? Well, we don't like to say, we don't. Are these all 200s again, sorry? 200? Are they all starting off 200? Oh, sorry. Yeah, oh, sorry. Actually, you can just put the last number in there because it's 200.
Okay, a little faulty start there for our lads. Just to mention, I was looking at the stats, and lane 4, Stephen Gaffney, is the 7th fastest Irishman ever, 17th fastest Irishman ever, and Aina Madden, who's in lane 5, is the 19th fastest Irishman ever, so they might be looking for a battle among themselves.
Can we do one test, please?
Ladies, we do this the minute this finishes.
We're getting a start on that.
Here, you give me that.
Yeah.
Hold on to that. That's perfect.
Do you want to do the presentation of the girl?
Yeah.
And we're off here in the men's. Ofari, Oyuku, Olantu, Gaffney, Madden, Murphy, Adams and company, and I should have kept watching there because that was just a tester. Testing me, I can tell you. And I was trying to get all those lovely, unusual names out in 2 seconds, which I failed badly. Green cards, that's great to see. So that just means that there's a fault within the system of the starter. And so no issue for the athletes here. We've got our full 8 lined up here today for the men's 100 metres. Lovely start there for our athletes. Oltundu in lane 3, lane 5 is Gaffney. Oltundu is putting it up to him from UCD. Gaffney, Oltundu. Oh, lane 3, Israeli Oltunna, and lane 4, Stephen Gaffney. And again, I'm not going to call that one, although I think I know who won it, but I'm not going to say it. We're going to do the presentation for the ladies. Yep. Marius?
Yeah. Right, guys, we're going to do the...
They're on.
Right, we're going to do the presentation for the 100 metres. So, if you want to line up there, guys. So, in third place, Sarah Murray in 11.99. So, just a round of applause, everybody, for Sarah. In second place, Niamh Whelan in 11.99 also. So, well done. And in first place, Molly Scott in 11.91. Well done. So the race sponsored by McGee Plastering. So thanks very much, guys. Thank you.
Well done, ladies. We'll see you back later. We'll see a couple of those girls back later for the 200 metres. Guys, for second and third, I suspect it's Stephen, Israeli and Aina, not necessarily in that order. If you can just hang around, and when we get the official results, we'll do the presentation for you. So yeah, just hold it up near, that's all. That's all I want. It's not very loud, is it?
No, it's not.
Yeah. So we have no sponsor.
No.
And then on line 3 is the carrot. 1, 2, 3. Oh, so we don't have one.
Don't have one, no.
7 athletes now lining up for the men's B 100 metres. Let's see how well I do with these surnames. In lane 2, wearing bib 208, will be Ache Joy from City of Lisbon, coached by Dean Adams. He's a 12-17 lad. These are the PBs I'm going to give you guys, and of course a lot of athletes haven't had an opportunity of getting a season's best and therefore PB for this year, so these maybe obviously are from some time ago. 209 in lane 3 is Alex Lee from Galway City Harriers. Brendan Glynn coaches him, and he's an 11.93 athlete, but you'll notice he is a T64 para athlete, and he's going to be racing in the 200 metres later as well. In lane 4 is Adam Sykes from Orange Grove AC, coached by Gillian Sykes. He's wearing number 211 and has a PB of 10.95. In lane 5 is Adam Murphy from Tinmourisland AC, coached by Patricia Lawler. A PB of 10.98, also running in the 200 later, and is wearing number 212. From Crusaders AC, wearing 213 in lane 6 is Charlie Basto, with the coach John Card. Lucky to have him there in Crusaders. In lane 7, Finn O'Neill from Lifford Strabane, wearing number 214, and Wendy Phillips is his coach. He's a 12.37 lad and is racing the 400 metres later. And in lane 8 is James Sullivan from DSD, wearing number 215.
Battery.
You turned it off.
No, I didn't turn it off.
Went to.
Yeah, I didn't turn it off. Didn't touch it.
Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2.
The microphone's not working.
I'm back
Fine
on.
now. Back on.
Are you?
Yeah.
Back on. We're back on.
7 athletes here.
Grand Director.
7 athletes here.
Let's go.
Lane 2, Atta Joy from City of Lisbon. 3, Alex Lee, Galway City Harriers. 4, Adam Sykes, Orange Grove. Adam Murphy, Lane 5, Tinryl and Charlie Bastow, Crusaders. Lane 7, Finn O'Neill, Lifford Strabane. And Lane 8, James Sullivan from DSD. So we've 7 athletes lining up for this men's B 100 metres. Mr. Starter about to get them underway. Appreciate quiet down around the start area in particular. I don't want to slag their sprinters because I was a sprinter myself, but we're precious about the quiet.
Come on, we get it every now and again.
Great, clean start there from our lads coming through here. Nice fast from the inside lanes, lane 4 and 5. Adam Sykes and Adam Murphy, and it's lane 4 there. Adam Sykes taking that one. Murphy, and look to me like Charlie Bastow from Crusaders. Well done, athletes. Official results will issue later.
That's it. No, I can't hear anything on the tunnel.
Oh, it's going on and off.
Battery must be gone.
It's just turning itself.
Battery's gone. Need a
It's
battery.
only a brand new battery. I did literally, they put a battery in it. But I'm not trying to find it.
Okay, now we're going to do the presentation for the 100 men. So in third place, in a time of 10:85. So well done, Anna. Okay, second place was Stephen Gaffney from Rafarnham, a time at 10:63. Okay.
Well done, Stephen.
Well done, Stephen. And finally, Israel Olatundi from UCD AC in a time at 10:61 was first. Well done, Israel.
Well done, Israel. Well done, guys. this on the antenna. Could he? 1, 2, 1, 2. And then it disappears.
Maybe it's just the way you're.
And I think it's on. Yeah, it's on now. Yeah. Yeah. Have you the B5K? Yeah.
Finish ready. Thank you.
What time is this supposed to be on? 35. Okay, we're nearly back on track. 5K men. Eamon! Eamon! See, he thinks I'm doing something I'm not. The 5K men B race underway. Sponsors for this is Hatfield Brand Management Sportswear. Pace today is by Paddy Rowe. 70-71s were looking for this. Nice big group of lads. You can see they set out in two different, the outer lane, the inner. Now we're all joined together, so it's race on. Going to give you the rundown of the athletes in this. Wearing 310 is John Durkin. John Durkin. 1, 2 from Toher AC, coached by Mike Power. 1527 is his PB. Cathal O'Reilly from Kilkenny City Harriers, coached by Niamh Richardson, is 311. 1525 PB for him on record. 312 is Gavin Eccles from Raheny Shamrocks. Dick Hooper is coaching him. A 1550 PB coming in here today. Owen Taggart from Clontarf Harriers, coached by Emmet Dunleavy, is wearing 313. One, two. 1, 2. Callum Morgan from St. Malachy's with Mark Kirk. He's a 1510 PB. He's wearing 314. 315 is John Black from North Belfast Harriers. Jim McGuinness coaching him. Aiming for a 1450. He's a 1590, a 1509 coming in to this race. James Hyland. Okay, I think we only now have the streaming working, so it's me and you guys out there. James Hyland is wearing 316 from Raheny Shamrocks. Andrew Hyland coaching him. He's a 1506 PB coming into this, and his aim was for a European under 20 qualifying time. I think I actually wrote that down. That is 14:35. So let's see how he does with that. But as I said, coming into this season, people are only getting into their race season at this stage. Mark Hanrahan is wearing 317 from Ennis Track, coached by Pat Hogan. He's a 15:03. Another lad looking for that European under 20 standard, and just confirming the under 20 standard is 14:35. I'm almost certain the under 20s haven't been called off. 318 is Matthew McKean from Sligo AC, coached by Dermot McDermott. He's a 15:03 and he's hoping to get under that 15 today. Harry Colbert from Waterford AC, coached by Des Colbert, is wearing 319, 15:32. That's from a PB time trial that he did. Pat Hennessy from West Waterford is wearing 320, a 15:17 PB coming in here today, and he's aiming to run sub 15 minutes. Thomas Devaney has a number 321 on him today from Castlebar AC at 15.11. Thinks he's in 14.50 shape. Let's see how that goes. 322 is Ethan Lloyd from Sligo AC, coached by Dermot McDermott. He's a 14.59 and looking for that European under 20 qualifying time. That's Ethan Lloyd from Sligo. Has a 14.59 coming in and needs 14.38. He has written down 14.35. Ben Bruton is from St. Bridget's AC, coached by Sean Tobin. 323 he's wearing, a 14.59 PB from August 2020. Brian Conway from Clane AC, coached by Mark Keneally, has a 14.58 and he did 14.36 on the roads. That's his PB from the National Master Championships. He's wearing 3.24. 3.25 is Fionn Harrington from Bandon AC, Ronan Duggan coaching him. 14.55, another lad that's looking for the under 20 Euro standard. Anthony McCambridge from St. Malachy's is coached by Mark Quirk and Joe McAllister. 3.26 he's wearing. He's a 14.45 PB coming in, and last year at the National Seniors he ran 14.20. Daniel Stone is wearing 3.27, coached by Phelim Kelly. He's from Raheny Shamrocks. 14.56 PB, but he has a 14.48 from the road from last summer. Thinks he's in 14.30 shape. Matthew Laverty from North Belfast AC is coached by Jim McGuinness. He's wearing number 328. 329 is Conal McLean from St. Malachy's AC, and I said Matthew Laverty. I think I said he was Malachy's. He's North Belfast. Conal is coached by Mark Kirk, 14.45 PB, and 330 is David Scanlon from Rathfarnham WSAF, coached by Paul Fleming, and a 14.45 PB, and I think that's David up the top there leading the group. Let's have a look at the race now and see where we are in who is up front. Looks to me like David Scanlon. On paper he is the fastest in the field, and he's taking the field out here as we come around. Let me just check where we are on the laps. 7 laps to go in this men's 5k. It is David Scanlon leading these out with 3.27 is Daniel Stone from Raheny Shamrocks. 3.25 is Fionn Harrington from Bandon, and 3.16 James Hyland from Raheny also. And actually James is going for that qualifying time, so if he sticks with the guys here he could do well. Qualifying time for the under 20s confirmed at 14.35. That was per the site. So we have a breakaway of 5 here. Just write these down. David Scaniel, Darren Stone, the young James Hyland there. Nice little breakaway group here of 5. Means that it'll be a good honest race from these lads as they come through here. .327, 325. There's the one I was missing. Fionn Harrington from Bandon AC. James Hyland, and our five athletes setting out. Nice, another nice little group there. A nice little group setting out. It's good to be running in a group. You tend to get into a groove with your athletes dragged along, and makes for better time. Sorry for this mixing up with the mics. The mic here in the stadium isn't working, but I'm hoping that those of you that are watching on live stream are hearing what's happening. You try that one. We're trying our best with our equipment here and not doing so good. Lovely day for it here, guys. I can tell you, for those of you listening online, there is such a gentle breeze, nothing much at all, and conducive to fast racing here. So Mark Hanrahan is the lad I was missing there from Ennis Track. Mark Hanrahan wearing 317 and James Hyland wearing 316. Just saying that are two of the athletes that are trying to get that under €20 qualifying standard. The other three in there are Fionn Harrington and another one. So there's three looking for that standard. This is going to be some race because they have a lot really counting on how they do today. Daniel Stone then in there with them, and David Scanlon now in third place. So of the five in front, James Hanlon, Mark Hanrahan and Fionn Harrington are three young athletes who are trying for that under 20 qualifying standard. And then we've David Stone from Raheny and David Scanlon from Rathfarnham. I wasn't watching the time. I wonder if we dropped down a bit because it's the young bucks that have gone to the front there now. 325 is Fionn Harrington and Daniel Stowe with him leading that pack. 327, if you can see the numbers that are on the boys. It's a nice little group. Ooh, and looking like we are dropping one of the young bucks off. See, can he hang on in there with these lads? Good to run in a pack, good to keep the pace going when you've got a little group to go through. That's it, folks. Nice little groups of lads in here, and Daniel Scanlon coming back up here now. Sorry, David Scanlon up on Fionn Harrington. Starting to feel the pace, the lads. Coming up now with, they enter the home straight with 3 laps to go. David Scanlon's come back up to the front with Fionn Harrington. And 316 James Hyland there. Mark Hanrahan falling back a bit. So looking like, ooh, and then there were 2. Is it going to be 2 at the end of this lap? I'd looked up the qualifying times yesterday on the AI site, and the under 20s there, I'm almost certain they're gone. I haven't heard of the under 18s. The under 20s, I haven't heard them being called off yet. They're to be held in Estonia in July, and the European under 23s are being held just after them in Estonia as well. So the lads here have qualifying times that they're going for on top of the pleasure of winning a race. It's always good to come across the line first. So David Scanlon leading out Fionn Harrington with James Hyland in third, Mark Hanrahan looking a little bit tired there, and 327 Daniel Stowe starting to fall off the pace. 800 metres to go for these guys, so definitely turning into a sprint. It's interesting that David Scaniel and Fionn Harrington are toing and froing with that pace. Almost looks like they're sharing, but I'm not so sure when you actually see their faces up close. I think they're trying to break each other, but 600, less than 600 now, guys. These two out in front, and they've definitely made the break from the other athlete. We're into lap territory now as we're heading out, and the bell is prepared here. This is definitely coming down to fastest finisher. Bandon or Rathfarnham WSAF, and the bell is going, and the look on those two guys' faces of intent. David looks like he has a bit of turn of speed there, but he's not breaking Fionn.
Everybody else roll, Phil.
Fionn isn't broken. I wonder, is that David's big effort there? It's going to wait and see. David Scanlon from Rathfarnham, Fionn Harrington from Bandon looking for that qualifying time, and Fionn is coming back at him. There's interesting. 200 metres. Okay, that looks to me like Fionn has made his move. Let's see if David can hang on in there. Coming around with 150 to go. What are we on the clock there, Marius? 14:15 coming in with the last 100 metres. And looking behind him there is Fionn. And rightly so, because David is still trying hard, but Fionn is... Harrington is going to take that in a time of 14:31, which on my reckoning gets his qualifying time for the under 20 European Championships, which is 14:35. I think our lads here will be just outside at James Highland from Raheny, and Mark Hanrahan from Ennis Track. Close, so close for them, and it really is a fabulous day here today, certainly for distance running. Ever so slight with Thomas Devaney there going through. Another lap to go, and there's one of the leaders, long-term leaders there, Daniel Stowe, just getting caught on the line. He's 23. Ben Bruton, nice fast there for these guys. 3:18 is Matthew McKeon. 3:28 Matthew Laverty. So interesting times there, folks, but for Fionn, that's an absolutely enormous PB. And David will have definitely done a PB as well. Well done. 3:13 is Owen Taggart from Clonliffe. So augurs well for the men's A and the women's A 5Ks, excuse me. Next race on the track will be the men's C 5K. The men's B there was sponsored by Hatfield Brand Management Sportswear, and we appreciate them. Oh, we've got our second. Let's see how we're working now. The voice might be back, and finishing nice and strong here. Well done. 3:20 is Pat Hennessy from West Waterford, and a big smile on his face. Well done, Pat. Just to say, folks, while the microphone was off there, I was keeping an eye. Fionn Harrington is the lad that won that race there from Bandon AC, and I have a qualifying time of 14:35 for the under 20 championships in Estonia in July, and unofficially he ran a 14:31, which not only is qualifying time, but if my figures are right here, he would have run an absolutely enormous PB. Similarly, David Scanlon, who finished second there, came in with a PB of 14:44, and if that is correct, he will also have done a great PB. It's super conditions here for distance running, so they've shown it now to the athletes that are following us to see how well they've run. Third. Next on the track will be the men's C 5K. Darragh Lynch is going to pace this for us, pace of 75 seconds.
I'll do it then.
So the 1, 2, 3 in the men's B 5K, if you could come to the finish line, we'll do a presentation. I know you're not feeling like it, but Fionn, I can see you walking away there. If you can hear me, if you can turn around. Fionn Harrington, come back here for the presentation. And I think, if I'm right, it was James Highland in third. So the 1, 2, 3 from the men's B5K. We have a presentation, and it is sponsored by Hatfield Brand Management. Men's C 5K is lining up.
And I like it because we can do it because there's no photo
Right here, we'll get it done before that race goes off.
Big group of athletes in this. So give you a breakdown on who's here. I'm nearly after having a heart attack because I didn't see Dara, but there's Dara in his orange vest with his pace on, because we'll be seeing a bit of him later. Dara's doing a good bit of pacing for me here today. Said he'd have his hair perfect for the day. That's in it. 75 secs we're looking for this men's 5k, 75 secs for a 400 metres. 101 is Cathal McCarran from Dunor Harriers. Noel McCarran coaching him. I'm going to give PBs, guys, because that's all I have for these athletes at the moment. 16:30 PB for him. Wearing number 153 is Luigi Mallon from Lagan Valley. Jim McKeown sponsoring is 16:44. 154 is Nick Irvine from North Down AC. 16:52 is his PB. 177 is Mark Devlin, coached by Conor Moore, and he's a 16:43. 178 is Aaron Rush from North Belfast Harriers. Jay McGuinness and S. McCann is his coach, is 16:43 also. PB of 16:27, wearing 179, is Dan McEntee from Nace AC, coached by Evelyn McNeilis. 180 is Jack McCausland from City of Lisbon, coached by Ursula McGlynn. 16:26 is his PB. 16:24 is a PB for Tristan Kelly, wearing 199 from Finn Valley AC. Conor Moore is his coach. Ian Wilson is coaching Porrick Ennis, wearing 282. He's from Tullamore and has a 16-minute even PB. 283 is Mark Cornett from North Belfast Harriers. Gerard Heaney is coaching him, a 16:20 lad. 16:10 PB for Jamie Kelly, 331 from Ennis Track. Pat Hogan has a good crowd down there in Ennis, doing well with those lads. Stephen Connolly is wearing 332 from Annandale Striders. Michael McKnight coaching him. He's a 16:06 at best. Dermot Kerr and Mark McKeown are coaching Martin McKenna, who's wearing 333 from Armagh AC. He's a 1601. And 1602 is Mark Malone from Newry AC, coached by Cookie O'Hagan, wearing 334. 335 is Luke Kelly from North Belfast AC. Jay McGuinness and S. McCann again coaching him, and his 1607 is his PB. Ewan Lagan from Mullingar Harriers is coached by Joe Ryan. He's wearing 336. And his PB is 1618. Now we're getting into the lads that have run 15 minutes. So 337 is Dara Crossan from City of Derry, coached by Colin Roberts. He's a 1543 PB to his name. 1552 PB for Peter McGarry from North Belfast, wearing 338. 339 is Ethan Dunn from Lochview, wearing 1548. 340 is Sean McClarkey from City of Belfast, Colin Roberts coaching him, City of Derry, excuse me, a 1541 PB. Then we have a master, a V45, Conor Curran from North Belfast Harriers, wearing 341. Jimmy McGuinness is his coach. 342 is James Monaghan from St. Peter's AC. He's one of our leaders here. 1558 is his PB, and thinks he's in a target time of 1530 to 1545. Not a bad day for it. Gerard Heaney from North Belfast is coached by Greg Hannon, and he's wearing number 343. He's a 1538. And a similar PB for Cahir Purvis from North Belfast Harriers, coached by Francis Purvis, wearing 344. He was hoping to target a time of 15:15. James Monaghan is leading them out here from St. Peter's AC, with Cahir Purvis in second. And Stephen Connolly is up there from Annadale Striders, with Peter McGarry in fourth. So a couple of these athletes are going to do super times if they keep these standards. Dara's a great pacer. Dara, of course, Ennis Track, doing a lot of pacing duties for us here today. 343 is Gerard Heaney. He's number one. Right behind him, and then Stephen Conley and James Monaghan up there with him, with Ewan Lagan from Mullingar. It's a mixture of 15 and 16 PBs, and I'm not surprised. As I said earlier, a lot of these guys won't have run on a track, certainly won't have done a competitive 5k, so it's interesting to see. While they're completely strung out on the back straight, this race hasn't really started yet, because they're all sitting on the lovely pacing that Dara is doing for them, perfectly happy to let him take the pace on. What I'm not saying into the microphone so they don't hear it, the wind has just started to pick up just a little. Now, not much, but I can feel it on my back, which means it's into their face in the home straight. Just to give you a feel for what's happening. Nothing much now. 7 laps to go. 7 laps to go, guys. And we're sticking to the same format as they went out. Gerard Heaney, James Monaghan, Stephen Conley, and Ewan Lagan with Sean on the back. That's a nice, it hasn't so much broken up as it did and just as I say that, it looks like in the race that is, we've got 6 as our athletes start to break up, which would be expected at this part of the race. Great job being done by Dara. He's a bit of a break now before he comes back and does a bit more pacemaking for us, one of our prolific pacemakers with the Irish Milers Club. coming into the home straight now. When they pass us here in the finish line, they're going to have 6 laps left. Expecting Dara to move off now and let the athletes make their way around. That's great pacing from Dara. So let's hope now the guys take advantage of that pacing, and we now have 8 heading out. In the same again, Gerard Heaney, Cara Purvis, James Monaghan, Stephen Conley, Ewan Lagan, Sean Malarkey's in there as well from City of Derry, and was Derek Crossan in there? I missed him. That's it, guys. Race is on now, lads. Cara Purvis after moving up, I think. Ooh, chopping and changing here, guys, to keep us on our toes. 3-4-2 is James Monaghan from St. Peter's. I wondered, did that slow down? I wasn't keeping an eye on the pace. 2-2-7 is Dara Crossan. Yes, I spotted him there, City of Derry, and he is here with intent. Gerard Heaney back in third now. So a bit of swapping and changing there now. Does no harm to keep them all honest. James Monaghan has definitely put a bit of a spurt into the lads here, and the only one that seems to be going with him is Dara Crossan. Now, it's not over till it's over. I see the North Belfast vest there in third place. Heaney, I think. So they haven't made quite a break for it yet, but definitely trying to move this race along with intent is James Monaghan and Dara Crossan, trying to get a break on these, but we certainly at this stage are left with 6 athletes. 4 laps to go on the clock, guys. 4 laps to go there, folks. Slight break there from our lads. And James Monaghan is from St. Peter's. Dara Crossan second. Stephen Conley, it's Annadale Striders that is in third there, with Sean Malarkey, City of Derry, in fourth. So a mile left, well, less than that now as they're down the back straight. Definitely break on from our 2 leaders, James Monaghan and Dara Crossan, making a break for it here. Their Annadale athlete Stephen Conley in third place. Starting to put a pace in now. Definitely looking for a good time. James Monaghan from St. Peter's. Dara Crossan looking strong on the back of James there. Doesn't want to let that gap open up with 3 laps to go. But it has opened up for third place to Stephen Conley, and long-time leader Gerard Heaney from North Belfast Harriers is leading the chasing pack. North Belfast Harriers doing well here. Quite a few athletes in the top echelons of this group as they're heading out now with 3 laps to go. Where did Dara Crossan go? You never know what's going to happen in this race. From second down to about 8th, Dara Crossan must have gone too hard, and our leader now is really putting the effort in. Wants a good time. James Monaghan from St. Peter's really putting the effort in, and he's put a good distance between him and the second place athlete, Conley. So as James comes to the finish here, he's got 2 laps to go. I think he always looked like he was smiling there, happy to see that 2 laps, lads. He's very happy to see it. 2 is Stephen Conley, is second. And behind him was Martin, wasn't it? 3. Sean Malarkey's about 4th, I think, as they head out. Best. James Monaghan coming now with 600 metres to go. Real battle on for the 2nd, 3rd and 4th places. There's been such changes in those athletes that have gone out just that bit too hard and starting to suffer now when it comes to the last few laps of the race. They're certainly putting it in. It's a great day for distance racing here in the Mary Peters track in Belfast. 3:42 is James Monaghan from St. Peters. 2 laps to go for the athletes that are being lapped, but these laps are coming up with a lap to go. So in second place is Stephen Conley from Annandale Striders. 3:43. I'm delighted to see 3:43. Gerard Heaney come back into it now and battling. With 200 metres to go, I'm just keeping an eye on James Monaghan from St. Peters, because he has the energy to put in a nice burst of speed there. 100 metres to go here, and really took it on in the last mile. Deserves this win. Put the effort in. I think he upped the pace. 3:42. James Monaghan from St. Peters said he was targeting 5:30. Wow, 5:17. That's an enormous PB for him. Delighted for him. 3:40. What a finish. Sean Malarkey. He was there and thereabouts, but he was off the pace quite a bit. Well done, Sean Malarkey. 4-3 is Gerard Heaney. Good man. And 4th is Conor Curran. Well done, Conor. Fast finishing here from our North Belfast athletes. Battles for time and also for positions in these races. Super running makes all the difference when you've got company on races like that. Mark Maloney just finishing there from Newry. And look at this Finn Valley athlete putting it up to 3:33. Mark McKeown from Armagh. Now we let that go to photo finish, lads. What do you think? Great racing there, lads. Cara Purvis, who went with the pace at the start, finishing there. So some of the athletes definitely feeling the pressure of the strong pace at the start. 1:78 is Aaron Rush from North Belfast, 16:43. I'd say we have a lot of PBs finishing here today. Dan McIntyre, well done. 1:77 is Mark Devlin.
200 metres to go.
Just one, isn't it? 154 not down.
154.
Our last athlete coming into the finish now, and he's putting on a strong sprint for us. .154. Nick Irvine from Northdown, finishing our men's C5K and managing to get a grand big spurt on for this race. Well done for his finish. Well done, folks. Next race will be our women's B 200 metres, sponsored by City of Lisbon AC. Lane 4, wearing 229, is Molly Curran from Carmen AC. Wendy Phillips coaches her. 26:15 PB, no season's best for her. Charlotte Wingfield is an interesting athlete. She's an international from Malta. She raced in the Rio Olympics in 2016 and the World Championships in 2015 in the outdoors, 15 and 16. That is the athlete in lane 5, wearing 230, representing Raheny AC. Daniel Kilgannon is her coach. 25:07 PB. Michelle Duggan is in lane 6 from Crogwell, wearing 231. Orla Lear from Monaghan Phoenix. Her mum is Aisling Malloy. Those of us that remember Aisling as a national 800 metre champion, she's in lane 7. And Molly Scott, who you saw earlier winning the 100 metres, is in lane 8 from St. Lawrence O'Toole. Sponsored by City of Lisbon AC, it is the women's B 200 metres. Women's 800 metres. 200. I have 800 on the brain. Okay, I can see 7 there, and it's Molly Scott who isn't there. So that looks like Charlotte Wingfield in the middle from Raheny Shamrocks, wearing 230, and inside her in lane 3 is Rihanna McCarthy from Crusaders. Good run from lane 1 from Molly Hurahan from DSD, but the international from Malta there looked to me like it was Charlotte Wingfield. A great run from lane 1 from Molly Hurahan, and I think that Molly Curran took Rihanna for 3rd. So does my helpful companion here. So 1, 2, 3 there. If you hang on, there's a presentation for you. This is sponsored by City of Lisbon, but Charlotte Wingfield from Raheny was in lane 5 there and looked like a clear winner to us here on the infield. 25:07 on the clock, which will be very interesting because I have 25:07 as her PB, so she'll be delighted that she did that time. 1, 2, 3 finishers in that race. If you could come over here to the presentation area just inside on the track and the inside here, and we'll get that presentation done.
Okay, we're going to do the presentation now for the women's 2B. In third place, Molly Kern. So Molly got there. In second place, third place was Molly Kern, yeah. Second place was Molly Hurahan. And then in first place was Charlotte Wingfield from Raheny AC. So get your prize behind you there. So again, yeah, just put right. So all right. Thanks to the City of Lisbon AC for the sponsorship of that race.
That's not Women's C, 200 metres about to get underway. I don't think we've a full field here. 1, 2, 3. Not sure we have a full field here, guys. I'm supposed to have lanes 2 to 8. Looks to me, what are we missing? We're missing. And we're off. Sorry, we do. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Excellent. So we have all 7. Lane 2, Faith Finney, City of Lisbon. Lane 3, Tilly McKeown, Armagh. Lane 4, Anne Macmillan from City of Lisbon. Sinead Quinn is in lane 5. Aina Tani lane 6. Amy Boland lane 7. And Elizabeth Ty lane 8. Oh, and there is that being run away with. In lane 6 is Erin, and it looked like Elizabeth Ty out in lane 8 for a second. And maybe, yeah, Amy for third. So that's what it looks like, guys. I always like getting these official. 25:56 on the clock for Aaron, which will be a PB if notified. It's nice conditions here today. Well done, ladies. Congratulations. Hopefully that's a PB up front, and if it's that close, I suspect that second and third will also have achieved PBs. So we'll wait and get them. When we get the official results, we'll read them out to you. Thanks, ladies. Well done. Next will be the women's 5K. That's sponsored by Pure Running, and we give you a rundown on that in a minute. Ladies, 5K underway, and we're so lucky here to have Belfast owns Emma Mitchell here doing the pacing for us. She'll be back later on to do the pacing for the 5K. So these, excuse me, the 1500. She's doing the 5K and the 1500 for us. So these ladies are so lucky to have Emma here. 168 there is Aoife Kilgannon from Sligo AC. And in second, Nikita Burke from Letterkenny, coached by Maria McCambridge. Lucky girl, she's a 16:01. Interestingly, Aoife has a PB of 17:04, and both of those girls look so comfortable there, don't they? Just sitting on the back of Emma, looking really well. Athletes in this race: Aisling Murray is wearing 155, coached by Conor Moore, 1842 PB. Eamon McCarroll is wearing 156, has an 1820 PB. 157 is Holly Brennan from Steeplechase AC, an 1815 girl. Danielle Dunnigan from UCD, coached by Damien Lawler, is 158, 1741 at best. 1715 PB is Adele Monaghan from DCH, coached by Dermot Nagel and wearing number 159. Joanne Mills from Newcastle ACs, coached by Eamon Christie, is a 1740 girl. She's wearing 160. Grace Richardson, daughter of internationals Neva Noel Richardson from Kilkenny City Harriers, is wearing 161. She's a PB of 1740. The Richardsons are doing great things down in Kilkenny City Harriers, and we'll have more of their athletes later on. 162 is Lauren Dermody from Castlecomer. Richard Conley coaching her. She's a 1737 PB. 163 is Robin McKee from Annadale Striders, coached by Paul Lawther, 1735 PB. 164, Nadine Donnelly from Tullamore Harriers, coached by Damien Lawler, has a 1732 PB. Evan McLaughlin from Sligo AC, coached by Dermot McDermott, is wearing 165, a 1730 girl at best. Aoife Coffey, 167 from Lucan Harriers, coached by Annie Fitzgerald. She's a 1727, and she's hoping to get close for the European qualifying under 20 time of 1750. Good conditions here today. A 1704 PB, wearing 168, is Aoife Kilgallen from Sligo AC. Kathleen Harvey from Lagan Valley is a 1649 girl, wearing 169. Aoife O'Cool from St. Coca's AC is coached by the great Joe Ryan. She's a 17-minute PB for 5k, and she's wearing 170. She's looking for a sub 17 today. Perfect conditions for it. 171, Katie Moore from Northdown AC. Frances Marsh is her coach, and another girl with a 17-minute PB. Aoife McCready from Lagan Valley AC is coached by Mark Kirk. 172 she's wearing, and she's a 1652. 1648 is Claire Fagan from Mullingar Harriers. Damon Lawler coaches her. She's 173 is what she's wearing. 174 is Nikita Burke from Letterkenny, and that's her there up front with Maria McCambridge wearing, she's a PB of 1601. Jenny Nesbitt from Wales was supposed to be here, but I think she's a DNS. Emma doing a great job with those girls, and as I said, we've broken into two groups. Good for the girls getting a good race. So it's Aoife Kilgallen from Sligo AC and Nikita Burke from Letterkenny, whose PBs are marginally over a minute apart. But if you look at those ladies, they look lovely and comfortable behind Emma. Emma Mitchell doing a superb job here today on this ladies 5k. This race is sponsored by Pure Running. We appreciate your support here today. So this has definitely turned into a race of two, with a superb chasing group there who will drag themselves and their opponents around to a great time. Great running here from these two ladies. They went out with intent from the start. It's 168 there, Aoife Kilgannon from Sligo AC and Nikita Burke from Letterkenny. That's going to be a super race. 172 is Aoife McCready from Lagan Valley, and 169 is Kathleen Harvey from Lagan Valley. Teammates, but going to have a battle royal as the chase pack, and going to try and get good times for themselves as they drag a bunch of about 8 girls around there in the chasing pack. Emma has done a super job there, steps off the track and is going to get herself ready now for her little break before she does some pacing for us later on. Interestingly now, with the pacemaker pulled out and the pace now being left to the athletes themselves, it's Aoife Kilgannon who has decided to pull this out and get herself an even faster time. As she pulls away, she's put a bit of a break in there on Nikita Burke. Good running from these ladies, and let's give their support to them as they head out now with 7 laps to go in this ladies 5K. Pure Running, as I said, sponsored it, and for those of you around the track, we have Rachel and Emily from Kinetica passing out some samples of their drinks for anybody who's interested. Of course, Kinetica is the main sponsor of the event here today at Mary Peters Track, the Belfast Irish Milers Meet in association with Kinetica. And just to say that Eastdown AC YouTube are streaming this meet for us. You're all welcome from Streamland. Direct Furniture have sponsored this, and we're delighted that they did. Thank you so much. They're based in Anderson Town Road and Antrim Road. Thank you for the support of this event, so people who are at home can get a good view of all the races that are happening here today. Coming up now into the home straight, we're going to have 6 laps to go, and it is a very, very strong looking Aoife Kilgannon. She'll now have the athletes in front of her to keep an eye on, keep her focused, start trying to lap them now so as to keep her honest and keep her going. Very strong run from Nikita Burke, trying to keep up with Aoife there now, but she's definitely starting to struggle a bit. 170 is Aoife O'Quill from St. Coco's, and 173 Claire Fagan from Mullingar had just given a help there to the Lagan Valley girls, and a nice big crowd, a nice big bunch. And Claire Fagan from Mullingar is in that group as well. That's a nice bunch to be in with, and that group should get a good time as they drag each other around. Claire Fagan leading that chasing pack. 156, Emer McCarroll heading out there. Emer would be an 18 plus PB for the 5K. So again, as I said earlier, a lot of these girls certainly won't have done a track 5K in the last year or two, since 2019. So lovely, strong running there. 6 laps to go. Five laps to go there for our leader, our long-term leader, Aoife Kilgannon. And Nikita Burke here coming through. And I tell you, the chasing pack are doing well here, working as a group and going through. The two I didn't tell you within that pack are Robin McKee at the back from Annadane Striders, and Nadine Dunnigan from Tullamore is just at the back there. Oh, she's in the middle of it actually. But a nice group there, and they're eating their way into that lead. It's a good lead of 60 metres, but they're distributing that pace, and let's see how it looks on the next lap. But they're doing very well as a pack. 5 in there with 1 just off the back. Grace Richardson here coming through now.
The leader, 5 to go.
Good girl. Grace has a PB of 17:40. Well done, good girl.
5 to go.
And as she passes by with 1 mile to go, Aoife Kilgannon still looking very strong. Sligo AC took this on and going very well. That chase pack has got 10 metres in the last 200 on Nikita Burke. So Nikita has a race on with these girls behind. They're running as a pack, they're pushing each other on, they're swapping and changing. 5 of them gone through. 163 just starting to drop off the pace there is Robin McKee from Annadale Striders. And 158 is Danielle Donegan from UCD. 157 heading out there, Holly Brennan from Sillies. Be interesting now to see the girls chasing pack on Nikita. Certainly coming into the home straight now, folks. These ladies have 4 laps to go. It's nice to get a feel from the inside here. You can actually see and hear the breathing on the athletes as they pass by. And Aoife Kilgannon is coming up here looking really strong, really comfortable, going well. 3 laps to go for her as she heads out. So our chase pack now is in 2nd place. Yeah, Nikita has just pulled out there down the end, went out very hard with that fast pace. So we've 4 here now. 163 Claire Fagan, 170 Aoife O'Quill, and our 2 Lagan Valley girls, Aoife McGreely and Coughlin Harvey, is it? Keeping company there. That little group has done really well. Good girl, well done. 3 laps to go now for our ladies here heading out. Keeping an eye on that chase pack. Race on within that pack for sure. Go. 100 metres now for Aoife Kilgallen. Looking really strong, running really hard. Now look at this chase pack. We've got 4 girls. At the most you've got like 5 metres in between them as they go. They keep swapping around, and it's Tullamore 164 Nadine Dunnigan who's after coming up. She's decided let's bring this on. 173 is Claire Fagan from Mullingar. 170 is Aoife O'Quill, and 169 Kathleen Harvey. So these are going, that's going to be a super run for, sorry, it's those 2. It's going to be a super run from these girls. He must be up there. 200. You'll spot his hat.
Okay, leaders in the home straight, 1 to go.
Leader coming into this home straight. 500 metres left for Aoife Kilgannon, and in fairness she deserves this win. She's gone lovely and strong, lovely and hard. A bit of support for her now on her last lap. That's a super run for Aoife. 15 minutes on the clock there for Aoife. Now, let's have a look at this battle for second, third, fourth and fifth, because it is going back and forward like yo-yos here, these girls are. This is a great run, but I have to say,
These two coming here.
yeah, Claire Fagan has been in the front and just doesn't want to let go that front. But Aoife O'Quill has another battle on her hands. She's not giving in. That's a great race there. Aoife O'Quill
56.
and Claire Fagan from Mullingar. Then we have the Lagan Valley, Nadine Dunnigan from Tullamore, and our other Lagan Valley athlete there having a great one. I presume it's her, Kathleen. Yeah, Kathleen Harvey. Great. Oh wow, look at that down the back straight. But into the home straight here. What a race. From the start, took it on. Deserved win here for Aoife Kilgannon from Sligo. Deserves all the support she gets here. Super run. And as the clock stops at 16:11, if my PB is right here, that will be an enormous, sorry, if the record I have of PB, it will be an enormous PB for her. Wow, what a last lap here from Aoife O'Quill. 170, sorry. Yeah, Aoife O'Quill from St. Coco's. That's a super run. Joe Ryan will be very happy with that. Well done. 173, Claire Fagan was always there or thereabouts and flying down the finish line there. And Nadine Dunnigan. Oh, we have a faller.
On the bell.
Good girl. 169. Kathleen Harvey. Kathleen Harvey, I mean, there's a girl that's after putting everything in. Oh, shit. 173 gone through. You're just there. Can we have first aid to the finish line, please? First aid, if you can make your way to the finish line. Thank you very much. You need to take care of her. First aid, can you make your way to the finish line? Thank you.
Yeah.
I want to put her on her side. Can you put her into recovery? Thank you. Well done, good girl. So that shows you putting everything into the finish. That group that was running together really put it all in. They were super training together. Adele Monaghan from DCH finishing. Good girl. 5k women's 5k sponsored by Pure Running. That was a super run, and we have our 200 metres women A coming next, which will be spectacular. 167 finishing now is Aoife Coffey from Lucan Harriers. Well done, Aoife. And here's young Grace Richardson from Kilkenny City Harriers. She's a battle on her hands with Emer McCarroll coming behind her. That's a good strong finish there from our two ladies. Well done. Still an athlete out there yet to finish. And then we'll have our women's 200 metres A race. Lovely strong finish here. 155. Aisling Murray. Great from the girls there, and left nothing on the track. Just letting you know, Caitlin just getting ready to get this race underway. Lauren McCourt is out from Bandon, also in lane 8. She's looking for a European qualifying standard of 23.84A and 24.2B, has a PB of 24.63. Neve Whelan, who ran in the 100 earlier, is in lane 7, and Sarah McCarthy from Mid Sutton is in lane 6. So we have lanes 2 to 8 full here, lanes 2, 3 and 5. 3 of our 4x200 metre silver winning quartet in the World Relay Championships, and in the middle of them in lane 4 is the flyer that is Phil Healy. This race is sponsored by Kinetica, our main sponsor of this whole meet. They're also sponsoring the men's 400 and the women's 400. Be keeping those representatives busy. Over to Mr. Starter for this 200. And we're off. Watch for the flying start from these ladies. Phil Healy up on Kate O'Doherty, having a good start there as they come into the home straight. It is Phil Healy in the lead at the moment. Watch these phenomenal ladies here having such a good run. Super run there for Phil Healy. 2:20 looks to me like second place, which would be Kate O'Doherty, and 2:22 I think Aoife Lynch. So that will be interesting to see if they are confirmed, as Aoife from Denor, my alma mater, and both Kate and Aoife were athletes who competed on the silver medal winning 4x200 metres. Ladies 1, 2 and 3, if you could hang around for a minute and we'll do the presentation. 23:29 on the clock there, unofficial time there. So 1, 2, 3, if you move into the infield, and we'll get that presentation done as soon as we can. Yeah. Lane 5, Adam Murphy from Tinlow Island, coached by Patricia Lawler. 21.72 is his PB, and he's also in the 100. Charles O'Five from Mullingar Harriers is in lane 6, coached by Greg Duggan and Daniel Kilgannon. 22.09 PB, another lad who ran the 100, as did Charles Bastow from Crusaders. He got third in that race, coached by John Gannon. John Cahard. He's in lane 7. And in lane 8 is Alex Lee from Galway City Harriers, coached by Brendan Lee. Has a PB of 24.94. We saw him earlier. He's the T64 para athlete, and he raced in that 100 metres. So lining up, we have a full lane 1 to 8 men's 200 metres. Marcus, of course, the one, two. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1. Marcus with an absolutely blistering start. Always flies along there. We have to stay here. 1, 2, 3. Absolutely storming race here from Marcus Lawler. That's Super Marcus all the way. 2-1-2 is Charles Adam Murphy, and 2-1-8 Charles O'Fay, as our microphone goes dead again. Just waiting to get this men's 5k underway. Split into two groups just for the start, folks. The outer group will run the 100 metres out in lane 4, and the inner group will run on the inside. Men's 5K about to get underway. And there's our 5K off, folks. So I thought I saw Faye there, all right. Faye trains with Hiko and is pacing him separately. The official pacemaker is Paddy Robb. So coming into the home straight, special pacemaker for Hiko is Brian Fay, his training partner. Hiko going for a good time there. Our pace is for the bulk of the athletes, Paddy Robb. And he's going to take the lap around in 77s, I think, if the truth be known. Ladies, we're going to do the ladies 200 metres. We're going to do it in the COVID sense.
Yourself with the prizes. We have two of the three ladies here, Raina. So in third, Lynch, if you could make it to the infield, you'll get your prize, Eva Lynch. Otherwise, I'm taking it home with me. That could make it move fast, very fast. Actually, we're all looking at taking that prize home with us. So Eva, if you're here in the infield, you can make your way into that presentation area. Presentations been made already for you for second and third of the ladies. Other athletes in here, 194, Ben Brannigan from St. Malachy's, 1411 is Dean Harris is wearing 193 from Joe Totally. Coach by Rob as PB. Claire, Jake O'Regan, 192, 1414.
Maction from North Down is coached by Francis March. He's a 14.49 at best, wearing 181. There's your runners and riders, guys. And as we Mitch Byrne there in that group, heading out now with 7 laps to go, folks. So Hiko came here with intent, brought his pacemaker with him, and Brian Fay, as we know, is in super shape. Brian Fay during the week ran that steeplechase and did a PB 8:33. What is it? It's like the 4th fastest steeplechase for an Irish person ever. So we know he's in terrific shape. Keeping on checking his watch there, doing the job for Hiko. Race real here on the long term. Neil Johnson now is out front with Ben Branagh and Dean Casey behind him. Conor Bradley just on the back of that group, and Jake O'Regan from St. John's. So there are 5 breakaway. That's going to be a good race, guys. Definitely. Neil has intent, hasn't he? He's got about... Neil has intent there. He's about 5 metres on the lads now, if you were to ask me. Ben Branagh from St. Malachy's. And then Jake O'Regan. Conor Duffy is just on the back of those 4, and Johnson is putting in a burst there, breaking them up a bit, but on the outside there, 184 from Ennis. Dean Casey making sure that break doesn't happen, trying to get himself and his 3 companions back up onto that leader in the chasing pack. Safe to say he is away here. He has his pacer with him, flying along there, looking really, really strong. Mitchell Byrne on his way out there now with 5 laps to go.
4 to go, boys.
4 laps to go as they come into the home straight. Hiko has 4 laps to go. Mitchell's gone out there with 5. Brian doing a great job for Hiko here, coming through. Mile to go now for Hiko as Brian steps off the pace, having done his pacing duty for him. West Belfast Coolers, of course, sponsoring this 5k here today, and look at this for a battle for 2nd and 3rd. Neil Johnson now has been joined by Dean Casey, putting it up to him. And as I say that, are the sponsors of that one. Metre B now getting underway, and it's sponsored by Cedarmount Dental Practice. Paced here by Niamh Markham. We've asked Niamh to pace in 74 seconds. So she is on the outs. There she is. I thought she wasn't there. Sometimes these young girls get a bit carried away when they go out too hard. Niamh, put manners on them now, I can tell you, and get them to settle down. They do the first lap too hard, as we all know. They'll be suffering in the next one. Kate O'Malley is in this from Crusaders AC. She hasn't ever raced a track race before, so we did a time trial with her 2 weeks ago and she ran 5:11. Let's hope she goes a bit faster. Wearing 84. 85 is Mac Eager from North Down, coached by Francis March. Where she's a PB of 5:16. 5:14 PB is Sarah Lyons from Crusaders AC. She ran that time trial with Kate O'Malley and did a 5:05. So I'm expecting a PB from her today. She's wearing 86. 87 is Joanne Mills from Newcastle AC. Eamon Christie coaching her. She's a 4:41 girl. Also with 4:41 PB and ran a season's best of 4:43 in the Northern Ireland Senior Championships is Hannah Gill-Illand from Willowfield Harriers. That could have been the girl that was going up good and strong there. She's wearing 88. 89 is Leah O'Neill from Ennis Track Club. Pat Hogan coaching her. She's a 5:02 PB, 5:20 season's best. Clodagh Daly is wearing number 90 from North East Runners. Declan Toll coaching her. She's 5:01 PB. 4:40 is Ava Downey from City of Lisbon. Andrea Anderson coaching her. She's wearing number 91. Tara McDonough from North Down is wearing 92. 4:55 girl, as is Laura Chute from wearing number 93. 96 up in the lead there is Lucy Foster from Willowfield. Dave Foster's coaching her. 4:48 girl, and beside her was Ruby Stevens from Tullamore Harriers. Damon Lawler's coaching her. She's a 4:43. On paper next to her would be Rebecca Rossiter from Lockview AC. Andrew Hahn is her coach. She's wearing number 98. And Alex Murphy is wearing number 97 from Suncroft. Joe Ryan coaching her. 4:46. The lead is changing a bit. Niamh Markham still leading them out. And as we come around now, we will have, just double checking folks, that we are coming in with 500 metres to go, and we are definitely strung out now altogether as Niamh Markham steps off the track, and it is 98's Rebecca Rossiter coming through looking strong there. 96 was the leader last time around, Lucy Forrester and Ruby Stevens. That's it, ladies, all the way. Well done, ladies. Just giving a couple of athletes a shout there as they go down the back straight with 300 metres to go. Just trying to keep an eye on what's happening there. And 98 was Rebecca Rossiter from Lockview. Looks like a young girl. She has a 447 from this year, and it is the Willowfield athlete Lucy Foster who's on her back, and Lucy's putting her head down, aka the marathon runner whose name has escaped me, the world record holder, well, was English. Oh dear God, I couldn't think of her name. And here, 98, Rebecca Rossiter. But look at this run from 96, Lucy Foster. That's a close one, girls. 4:33, wowzer. There's going to be some huge PBs. Ruby Stevens from Tullamore. 88th there, Hannah Gilland from Willowfield Harriers. And our ladies flying across the line there now. That's our B ladies race. Our two Crusaders athletes battling each other. O'Malley there just finishing ahead of Sarah, and they'll be happy with that run. Tough run for those girls there. Be interesting to see how they did on time. 89 is Rebecca Rossiter.
Just get the official results. So ladies, 1, 2, 3 in that 5k. If you can come on into the infield. Eamon is waiting to give you your prizes. So girls, Rebecca Rossiter, Lucy Foster and Ruby Stevens. If you come in here, we have waiting for you, and we're going to do that presentation now. So when the girls come in, we get that presentation done on the far side of the men's C 1500 metre race. It's going to be paced by Kieran Kelly. And C 1500 paced by Kieran Kelly is on the way. We'll do this presentation quickly for the ladies. Sponsored by Secret Dental Practice. In third place, Ruby Stevens from Tullamore Harriers. In second, Lucy Foster from Willowfield. And the winner of that race was third PB for Rebecca Rossiter from Lockview. Well done, ladies, super race. Brian Kelly, Rory Casey and Finley Daly make your way to the finish line. We'll get the presentation done for the men's 1500 metres. On track now is the 1500 metres. Pace there by Kieran Kelly. We were looking for a pace of 64. I nearly got a heart attack because that, of course, is 300 metres they've gone through, not 400. From Mullingar is in this, Dylan O'Brien, we're in 117, Rahini Shamrock, Lisa Kettle from St Albans was wearing 118, Gary Cullen from Newry is wearing 119, Joe Dowd from Greystones 120, 121 is Niall McKnight from St Malachy's College, 122 is Gareth Hill from Ballymena last year now of course, 123 Aidan Burke from Waterford AC, Tom Lodge is from Kilkenny Side 124, Connor Matthews from Mayor is 125, Darren Double from Newton is 124, Dylan Casey from Ennis is wearing 127, and Peter Grace from Beachmont is wearing 128. Can we ask Pico Tanasa, Dean Casey and Neil Johnson to come to the finish line and we get the presentation done for the men's A1500 metres. Pico, Dean and Neil, if you make your way to the finish line first. Great battle on here in the men's. Sorry, continued on that. We also looking for Brian Kelly, Rory Casey and Finlay Daly. But now here we have the men's 1500 metres C race. They're about to come into the home straight for the penultimate time. Coming into the home straight, folks, this is a great battle here for these lads. Super running 127, Dylan Casey from Ennis Track is leading these guys out. 125, Connor Matthews is having a good run. 128, Peter Grace from Beachmont, and one Beachmont like medalist in this men's 1500 metres with Joe Dowd just behind them. So a good run here from Dylan Casey, and his back is Peter Grayson's gone back into fourth. It's Dunleer Connor Matthews is in second here. So Dylan Casey from Ennis Track, followed by Dylan Casey, but it looks to me like they're going to have some company in this home straight. Look at this for a battle for first, second and third. I'm not betting on who's going to win this. Battling up into the home straight. 1, 2, 1 coming into it. That was a super finish there for the athletes. Connor Matthews running very strongly there, but it was Niall McKnight and Dylan Casey. Well done, folks. Men's C 1500 metres. It's a battling to finish.
going to hand over to Mr. Starter and give the rest of the girls when they're on their way.
On your mark.
And to finish off, guys, in lane 6, Daniela Jensen from Finn Valley AC, coached by Dermot McGahan as well. A 57.9 at best. She's looking for an under 20 European standard, 54.26, or the B standard is 55.45. Orla Lear is in lane 7 from Monaghan Phoenix. Aisling Malloy is her coach, and that is her mum. Aisling, of course, is a former national senior champion, and Orla Lear was third in the Northern Ireland Senior Championships in the 200 metres. Quiva Rowe from Trim is out in lane 8, and 60.1 is her PB. So on paper we were expecting Quiva to run well here, and that is what she's doing. Number 270, Quiva Cronin from Lekela having a strong run, and in lane 2 there, 267, Laura Crossan from Finn Valley. Very, very strong run from the girls here. On the clock, a time of 55.75. And that is the reason why Cuivna Cronin is absolutely grinning from ear to ear, because if that's confirmed, it's going to be a PB of about super running there from our ladies in the ladies B 400 metres. If we can. Men's 800 E. Sorry, no, it's 57. Isn't it 57? So he's just. For is Oisin Cheshire from Dunleer AC. Kevin Matthews coaching him. He's a 2:12 at best. So we've different difference of probably 6 or 7 seconds with a lot of these athletes. But again, folks, a lot of those PBs are from last year, so we will find out about them in this race. We're going to see how well they do. I can give you a quick result here on the ladies B 400 metres. I said I'd give it to you as soon as I could. In third place, Molly Hurahan in a time of 57.81, which was and her previous PB was 58.81. There's a PB from her. Laura Crossan, 58.24 was her PB. It no longer is. It's 57.00, and an enormous PB for Quiva Cronin, previously 56.91, and a new PB here in Belfast, confirmed at 55.74. Well done to our 1, 2, 3 in the ladies B race, all doing superb PBs. Over to Mr. Starter for the start of the men's E 400 metres, 800 metres.
In a long afternoon.
And we're off in the start of the men's 800E, where we almost missed one athlete, but we didn't. He's just after running onto the start. That was the best start ever from John Ward from Dromore. You'll recognise the start. The pacemaker there is Brian Kelly, who had a super race in his 1500 metres. We're looking at a pace of 60.61. Let's see how Brian does. Of course, Brian was always a superb 800 metre runner, so great to have him here pacing these guys here today.
What's the times for the last race?
What's the Well done. 59.58. Paul Hyland leading there from Northeast Runners, with Conor Broderick, City of Lisbon, just after, and I missed the clock there to see what they were doing, but I think they were on time. So Paul and Conor definitely are up for this and went right up on Brian Kelly. Thanks to Brian for bringing them around to 500 metres, especially after running a PB in that 1500 metres earlier. He's absolutely delighted with himself for his 3:49. He's still probably running on that energy. And look at this for a battle coming around the corner. Conor Broderick wasn't going to sit there for long. Wow, that was a turn of speed. Conor has some speed to take on Paul Hyland there. Super run there coming into the home straight. So Conor put the boot down. Paul couldn't match that speed. Going to get a great time here for Conor Broderick coming into the finish in this E 800 metres. A super win there for Conor Broderick. Paul Hyland running really strongly. Ryan Healy in third place, and Ryan Henry, I'm sorry, and Stephen Henry in fourth. Super running, guys, and let's look at the time there at 2:01. That's going to be like a 6-second PB for Conor. Super. Fair play to John Ward finishing that. I think he did a 100 metre sprint to get to the start line. Just let you know, folks, we have a new Northern Ireland record for Gareth Hill for over 45. He held it before in 4:02, but he dug in there today, and a new Northern Ireland. About to start this race.
Please, Princess, thank you.
So guys, from the inside out, Oisin Toyne, Finn Valley, Finn Boyle, Crusaders, Keane Gorman, St. Peter's, Dean Ryan, Newbridge, Justin Bloomer, Mid-Ulster, Owen O'Connor, Kildare, Jack McGlone, Greystones and Rory McLaughlin, St. Peter's. Good racing on the track here today, and they're going out strongly here today. We've Johnny Foster, what was that on? 28. That would be a 57-58. We're looking for 58, so Johnny's doing a good job here. The athletes keeping close to him behind so as to make sure they get the time that they want as they come into the home straight. It's Rory McLaughlin, Keane Gorham and Dean Ryan with the chasing pack there. Johnny goes off because he's another pacing job for us to do later. Our 1, 2, 3 are looking really strong as they head out there. Rory McLaughlin, Dean Ryan and Keane Gormley. It's the other way around actually. Yeah, Keane Gormley and Dean Ryan. Down the back straight, look at Finn. Has gone from about 8th up to 4th. Young Finn is only 16. Finn Boyle having a good run here, going to put it in the last 150, but as we come into the home straight, it is battle on here for our lads from St. Peter's. They may train together, but they are battling with each other as they come up into this finish. It's number 48 there is Keane Gorham hanging on there, 49, Dean Ryan, and Rory McLaughlin was the leader going in there. 157. If my details are correct, that will be a 5-second PB for Keane. Second place Dean Ryan and third Rory McLaughlin, who went out in the lead.
Emma's hurt her back.
Niamh Markham, could you make your way to the finish line, or the start line, please? If you could make your way onto the start, Niamh Markham. Thanks very much. We're looking for you in. Michael McGovern wants a word with you. Niamh, if you are hanging around there, let's make your way onto the track. Michael, nobody's gone for a time. Could you get a guy? I'll game and what?
No, there's no because the girl pushed him back in 5K because he had to be a pacing.
Could we get a guy to do the He's down in Kilkenny. He's a 158. 157.30 is Kelvin O'Carroll from Duneen, one of Pat Hogan's lads. He's wearing number 40. 41 is Mustaf Nasir from Tala. He's wearing, his PB is 156. James Hamilton from Ballymena Runners is wearing 42. Mark Kirk is his coach. This is his first 800 metres. Lorcan McGurk is in lane 7, City of Lisbon, coached by Ursula McGlynn. Ursula's had a lot of athletes here today. He's a 158.89 and PB in September 20 in the Northern Ireland Championships. Going to hand over to Mr. Starter to get this men's C 800 metres underway.
On your mark.
And we're off in this men's C 800 metres. All of these athletes have performed under 2 minutes. We've a couple of 159 lads in there, and our fastest is Mustaf Nasir from Tala, 156. 7 athletes lined up. Oh, Neve, is Michael there? There he is.
Oh, there he is.
Neve, haven't you another race? She's 2 races to go. Dara Lynch is doing great pace and duties for us today here, and this is the men's C 800. We're looking for a pace of 56 from Dara. Dara usually can be counted on. The lads can be safe sitting in on the back of him, knowing that they're going to get a good time. 38 is Oisin Kelly from Crawford. 42 James Hamilton just behind him, and 40 is Kelvin O'Carroll. Let's have a look and see how that goes. As I said, the fastest on paper is Mustaf Nasir, and in the race he's in 4th at the moment. But the leader in white is number 38, Oisin Kelly. And watch this for a battle. The lad that was in 3rd, 42, is James Hamilton, has gone up there. Yeah, Michael McKillop is in 3rd place in this race. As you know, he's an international para-Olympian and world champion. He's in 3rd right now, coming into the home straight. But the 2 athletes coming up with a battle on here and trying to hold on is Oisin Kelly. He took it from the start, but battling him is Kevin O'Carroll, and Nasir has just overtaken Michael McKillop. Michael McKillop, of course, a class act in his category, world champion and the Olympic champion in the paras as well. So we have been here witnessing an Olympic champion racing for us. Oisin has done a time unofficially of 155.57. On paper, I've got him down as a PB of 159, which means that is he's the Ulster Schools Inter-Boys champion for 2019. But he'd given that up for this PB, I can tell you. If that PB is confirmed, he's after doing a 3 odd second PB, which is absolutely phenomenal. So I suspect that Kelvin O'Carroll will definitely have run a PB as well, because his PB coming into that was 157. So it'll be interesting. We'll hang on to that, Marius, and we'll check on those PBs and what they've done when we get the official results. I always hate calling it in case I've made a bit of a boo-boo there. Next race on track I'm getting excited for. It is the women's A 400 metres, and it is sponsored by Kinetica, as is the men's A 400 metres coming up later. Kinetica, our main sponsor for this whole meet. Looking forward to this one. It has a start time of 4:18, so we have 5 minutes to go before the start of that, and we'll give you the rundown of the racers and riders. But this is going to be a great race.
the 1500 metres before this season, wearing number 68. 69 is Conal Doyle. This is going to change as Kieran Kelly starts to tie and Killian can smell the blood from there. Coming into the home straight to finish. Who's going to take this on the taking the lead is Ailish Flanagan. Royal Valley, Gabriel Bell coaching him in 16-11. Power jumping off from the start. Let's cheer her on, and it's Louise Shanahan on the outside in the pink, starting to make a bit of a move.
17 PB, and she's trying to qualify for the European under-23s. 53.4 is the A qualifying time, 54.8 the B, and it's a great day for it, guys. 3.46 in lane 3 is Sophie Becker from Raheny Shamrocks. She's a 53.67 PB. Outstanding athlete in lane 4, Phil Healy from Bandon AC. You saw her earlier in the 200 metres. I urge you to watch her start. She's the most beautiful starter. Shane McCormick coaching her. She is a 52.19 outdoor and a 51.94 from the indoors this year in Turin in March. She's the third fastest Irish ever with that 51.94 indoor time. Class at 1, 2 and now 4. In lane 5, wearing 3.47 is Cliona Manning from Kilkenny City Harriers. Peter Lyons coaching her. 53.15 is her PB. Sinead Denny, she'll be doing a bit of pacing 800. She's in lane 6 for DSD. Paul Opperman is her coach. She's wearing number 348. 53.26 is her PB. Catherine McManus, wearing number 349, is in lane 7, and Brian McManus is her coach. She has a PB of 53.81. In lane 8 is Jenna Breen, wearing 350 from City of Lisbon. Joanne Savage, her coach, and a PB of 56.05. Looking for a blistering race here from our ladies in the women's A 400 metres, sponsored by Kinetica. Over to Mr. Starter for the start of this race. Women's B 400 metres. Killed looking at that start. Look at Phil Healy. Look at the leg speed. She is amazing. But inside her, Sophie Becker is running really, really strongly. That's a super run for her. Coming with 200 metres to go. Watch this now. Watch the turn here from our two ladies. Cliona Manning from Kilkenny having a good, very long striding Cliona. Has Sophie Sloan or is Phil moving forward? Who knows? This is a fast race coming into the home straight. Beautiful conditions here in the Mary Peters Stadium, and Phil Super Healy running down this home straight. Sophie Becker having a super run with Cliona Manning in third there. Unofficial time on the clock is 51:50. We will, of course, get that as soon as Maria Morrison can get her legs up to collect, and she's running like a sprinter to get that confirmed for us. If that is confirmed, that is an absolutely class time for Phil Healy, whose outdoor PB, let's not forget, was 52:19. Her indoor was 51:94. I told you were in for something of a treat here from these ladies, and with Sophie Becker pushing her all the way. Thank you, Sophie. Let's hope you got a good time out of it. But Phil Healy will be very interesting to see where she moves up. Currently third fastest Irish ever. So let's see. Oh, for the 200, that's what it was. Let's see how well she does here on this, if we get this confirmed. Sometimes that can go up or down a bit. Confirmed? Okay, guys, just to confirm, and Phil can have a well-earned breakdown. 51:50 confirmed as a new PB for Phil Healy. Let's give her a round of applause here, guys. That is class international running, and we've just seen it here on Mary Peters' track. Marginally off. The A standard for qualifying is 51:35, but no doubt that will push her into the quota system. So that's an absolutely class act and a class race that you've got to see here today in the Mary Peters Stadium at the Belfast Irish Milers Meet, and Kinetica sponsoring that particular race as they have done the overall meet. What have we got next, Marius? 400. Men's C 400 metre race. Our 1, 2, 3 in that 400 will be getting prizes for you now as soon as you can stand. What time is that at? So men's C 400 is in 2 minutes time. So let's give you the rundown on these guys. Wearing 251. in the men's. From the inside out, Conor McElvey, Max Doyle, Owen Devlin, Carl McElgan, Finn Riley, Finn O'Neill, Darren Towart and Cathal Ryan. As they go down the back straight, I would have expected lane 4 to be up there, but again I'm saying, folks, this is early season, so it looks like lane 7, Darrell Towart from Tynedale with a slight lead, and as I say that, I gave him the kiss of death because they're coming on the inside on him now. In lane 4 is Cathal McElgan and lane 5 is Finn Riley. Oh, and Mr. Lactic is landing. Lane 5, Finn Riley. Lane 6, Finn O'Neill. Lane 6, Finn O'Neill, Finn Riley and Cathal McElgan, if you ask me. 51:39 on the clock. And if that is confirmed, oh my God, he'll have run like a 3-second PB. Guys, I don't know if it's the track, the weather, or you supporters, but we'll all take the credit for this. We're getting phenomenal PBs here. Here, Matt.
Oh, over there.
Matt. Go fast, Matt. Go fast. Have a good one. Eamon, are we doing the presentation for the ladies? Yeah. Who's doing it?
Kinetica.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got the result.
Eamon, do you have the result? Emma, are you okay? Eamon,
big fat ball.
.400 from the inside out. Matthew Bean, who is the national 400 metre hurdles champion, is giving me 400 metres a go. I'm handing over to Mr. Starter. Okay, it'll have to be after this. Eamon, come back after this. Thank you. Alright, let's move over here. Yeah, good. Inside, Matthew Bean lane 1, Ryan Keenan lane 2, Oisin McCrory lane 3, Jason Harvey doesn't start, Owen Buggy lane 4, Niall Flanagan lane 5, Shane Monaghan lane 7 and lane 8, did I say 6 there? 6 is Niall Flanagan, lane 7 Shane McGonigal and lane 8 Patrick Fagan. Matthew Bean's PB is for flat is from when he was in school, so I'm expecting him to do well here, although he's in the inside lane. lane. So on the outside there, coming around, absolutely storming, is Own Boogie from, it's lane 7. It's Shane Monaghan from Tremor having an absolutely super run there. 256 is Own Boogie coming through. And they're lane 1 and 2. Matthew Bean and Ryan Keenan can argue over that third place there in our men's B 400 metres. A time of 47.77 on the clock there for Shane. I didn't have a PB for him going into that race. So we're going to do the presentation here of the ladies 400 metres A, sponsored by Kinetica. And we have... And Emily is going to do the presentation from a distance with the arms, and the ladies are going to pick their prizes up themselves. Not having run since 2019, in third place, representing Kilkenny City Harriers, is Clodagh Manning in a time of
53.16, only 0.1 off her PB. A great day's work here for first and second, because a PB of 52.32 brings Sophie Becker from Ranini into second place. That was worth the pain. And another PB here to be seen, folks, in a phenomenal time of 51.50 from Bandon AC, Phil Healy. Let's not forget that Phil also competed in the 200 metres earlier, so putting a good bit of work in today are our ladies here in the 400 metres A race. We're now going to move on to the men's A400, and the Kinetica women ladies may hang around there because
Give me a minute, just 1 minute, put my arms down.
The men's 400.
Whenever you can.
In lane 2, the Jamie Mitchell from Emerald
Cut it. Twin thing and cut.
Robert McDonald from Galway City Harriers, coached by Brendan Lynn, has a PB of 48.42, and said a recent time trial was 47.54. No excuses today, we're getting great times. In lane 5, Killian Green from Galway City Harriers. Jerry Lyons coaching him, he has a PB of 47.19. Lane 6 is Craig Newell from Ballymena and Antrim, coached by Ian McNeely, 47.31. Ian also coaches Adam Hughes, who's in lane 7 from City of Lisbon. He's a 48.51. And in lane 8 is Jack Rafferty from Tremor Harriers, coached by Paul Carkin and Declan Ryan. He's a 48.40, Declan Rafferty, sorry, 48.40 and the under 20 times of sponsored by Kinetica, the men's A 400 metres. Jamie Mitchell, Andrew Mellon, Robert McDonald, Ian Green, Craig Newell, Adam Hughes and Jack Rafferty. This is going well out in lane 8. Let's see how he's doing on his brakes. City boys, isn't it? Yes. His compatriot Robert McDonough with Jack Rafferty in third place there. In the men's 400 metres, 46 will be a PB if that is confirmed. Indeed, Robert will definitely have done a PB, and I'd be surprised if Jack doesn't, based on the distances. From looking at the fast running here today from our athletes, really well done, folks. If 1, 2 and 3 can hang around, we'll get that presentation done now. Our sponsors from Kinetica are on the infield here, and they will be ready to make that presentation. So when you get your legs back, guys, is Cillin Green, Robert McDonald and Jack Rafferty. If you just move infield here, and we'll give you your prizes sponsored by Kinetica Men's A 800 metres. 400 men's A 400 metres. 8 and 4 on the brain. Jack, don't leave the track. Let's move infield here. When you're able to recover, guys, we'll do that presentation for you. And we're going to have the women's 800 metres C race. Paced here by Niamh Markham. We're looking for a pace of about 67. This is the C 800 metres race. So the runners and riders for this one, guys. In lane 1, we're in 295 with Judith Nixon from Drumore AC. Jerry Healy is her coach. That's a 2:45 PB from this season. 296 is Brianna Crafty from North Down AC. Francis March coaching him. 2:30. Maria Dunn from Longwood 2, coached by Jerry Flannery. She's 2:27. Wearing 2 miles. The senior PB is Nisha Cullen from Longwood Warriors, coached by Joe Ryan. 2:09. Women's C 800 metres. And we're off from the inside. Nixon, Brianna Crafty, Maria Dunn, Nisha Cullen, Alana Cooney, Angeline McShane, Lee Brady, Jenny Johnson, and Emer McGill. Pace for 67. Close to, Martin for 220. We've 2 girls who've done 220. That's Alana Cooney and Angeline McShane. So our other girls are all way outside that. And yet we have a breakaway from here from 246. Our girls here are going with the pace. They've got their pace now and they're going to try and go here for as long as they can. We've been watching all these fast times here in the track here today and looking forward to getting a fast time for themselves. Angeline McShane finishing in Derry on the outside of her is Alana Cooney. And here to Jenny Johnson from Congress with Emer McLean from Waterford. That's your leading group. As they set out now on the last 300 metres. Angeline McShane. Got a gap, she's starting to open on the back straight. Looks like about 5 metres from the two Clonmel girls. Jenny Johnson and in front of her, Alana Cooney. Battle on here. I think that's Jenny Johnson who's just gone into the lead. Watch out for that girl in fourth coming around on the lane 2. Jenny Johnson holding on for second and Angeline McShane in third. 299. Alana Cooney finishing in fourth. That's it, ladies. Great racing here from our ladies in the C 800 metres. Good girls room. 2:18 will be nearly a 3-second PB there for Neil Brady.
Cooked.
400 metre men. Dylan Green, Brian McDowell and Jack Bradley. Philip Marin is wearing number 30 from Rathcote. Jerry Finnegan coaching him at 155.5 PB. Thinks he's in about 148 and 49 shape. We'd love that to happen today. 31 is Owen Quinn from Mullingar Harriers. Joe Ryan is the man there as coaching. He's at 152 at the moment. Just keeping an eye on Mr. Starter. We'll hand over to Mr. Starter and head back to the finish line. Fergal, he hasn't called Joe yet. Just get ready. Over to Mr. Starter for the start of the men's B 800 metres. Finishing off, he's in the race there, guys. Lane 6 is Dylan McBride, the City of Lisbon, coached by Andrea Anderson at 153. Aaron Shorten is wearing 33 from St. Lawrence O'Toole. Ken Shorten coaching him at 154.17 with his first race since February 2020 training for Robert Houston is aiming for 151.152 and has a 153.28 coached by Joe Ryan. And Kieran White for Crusaders is 154.8 metre. Darren Lynch is back out here pacing for us in the Stormer. 54 we're looking for these lads. Is Philip Maron and 31 Owen Quinn from Mullingar. So let's see. Ooh, look at that turn of speed. Philip Maron and welcome to the into the front. Athletes coming now with 200 metres. Should be in an 800 metres. You always end up having a bit of argy-bargy. 1, 2, 3. I'll tell you something. I'm going to call it for these lads. Left to Bryson to the end. Oh, Queen. Second. Third, Philip Maron. Super running, sponsored by Love Fitness. So 1, 2, 3. If you hang around, guys, 1, 2, 3, we'll get a presentation to you shortly if you come into the infield. Well done, lads. That was a super race. 1:49.79 on the clock there. 1:49. My God, that's going to be a phenomenal PB. Robert had a 1:53 PB coming in today, so that's going to be amazing. He was aiming for 1:51, so he's in that shape. 400 metre men. 400 metre men A. I swear to God, your prizes are great. Oh, I can see one of them. Oh no, that wasn't it. 400 metre men A. If you make your way to the 1, 2, 3 to the stand, or Eamon said he's going to give me the prizes. So, and actually my friends are here with me. They will also take the prizes. We're being very happy. So Eamon, if you don't fulfill that, we'd be very sad. 400 metre men, get yourselves in here to get your prizes. They really, really are great prizes. is next up, and it is sponsored by Inside Track and Bobby Farron. Inside Track is Malcolm McCaughey's in the Irish News, and there's actually a trophy for the winner of this. It is a perpetual trophy. It's the Bobby Farron perpetual trophy. So a few bits to win here in the men's A 800 metres. Kieran Kelly's going to pace this for us. We're looking for a pace of 52. Louis O'Loughlin is wearing number 17 for Nora Harder, Jerry Naughton coach, and he's 15002. Let's see, can he break that today. 18 is Mark Milner from UCD, coached by Joe Ryan. He's 149.75, looking to go under 149 and achieve the Euro under 23 standard. Well, this is the day for it. Dean Cronin from Dublin Track Club, coached by Faith, is a 146.67 lad. Kevin McGrath from Beaupermeek, coached by John Ryan, 148.89. He's 151 from the indoors this year and trying for the European under 23 standard of 147.49, and no better than. Roland Surlis is wearing 21. He had a phenomenal race here last week, coached by Mark Kirk, runs for Annalee AC and ran 146.93. Lads, this race is going to be great. John Fitzsimons is wearing number 22, coached by Joe Ryan. He has a 146.6 from 2 weeks ago. Mark English is a non-starter. Harry Purcell, another lad who did a huge PB of 146 last weekend. So those lads know the track. Is it 5 minutes time? 5 minutes to the off of this race, just letting you know. So we get the men's 400 metres presentation done, if they would turn up. Harry Purcell, I just said there, yeah, 146. We're number 25. Killian Kerwin from Raheny Shamrocks is coached by by Brian Corker. He's a 149.1 PB, hasn't a season's best yet. And 26 is Conor Duncan from Rathroad AC, Jerry Finnegan coaching him. He's a 149.6 lad, has 156 from this season. This is going to be an absolute, I don't want to put on you guys under any pressure, but this is my race of the lead, so let's see how it goes. I'm looking forward to a fantastic race here. We have another 3 or 4 minutes. Mr. Starters and myself are going to take a little rest. Is that possible? Sticking to time here, lads, and we have 2 minutes to the end of this men's 800 metres A, sponsored as I said by Inside Track, which is Malcolm Coslin's column in the Irish News, and the winner of this gets the Bobby Farm Trophy. Looking forward, as we have seen tonight, this afternoon, really fast running. We've had phenomenal 4s, 8s, 2s, the lot. The 800s are going really well. This is my race of the meet. Really looking forward to it. I'm too excited. So the pace here today is, we're looking for 52 seconds from Kieran Kelly, and it looks like we have a full quota of our athletes here today from the inside of Belfast. And we go on to Mark Milner, Rowan, Kevin Crabb, Roland Shirless, John Fitzsimons, Harry Purcell, Killian Kerwin, and Conor Durkin. Take your pick. This is going to be a great race. As you know, Kieran Kelly is a super winner. 47 and pushing them off the track because they are really up for a race. John Fitzsimons heading out there, and behind him is Harry Purcell, who won here last weekend, with Killian Kerwin on his tail. Mark Milner from UCD in 4th. Kevin McGrath in 6th. Shirless in 5th. 200 metres to go. These guys are going to push themselves the whole way in this race. This is going to be battle to the finish. I told you it was going to be close. Look at Purcell putting it up to Fitzsimons. This is going to be grand into this home straight. We'll see who wins this one. On the outside, that's Shirless on the outside. So Shirless is the guy who fell and he got third. I am not calling first and second there. First and second there is between Purcell and Fitzsimons. Let's see what the story is with that. Unofficial time on the clock, guys. 1:46:53. Which will be a PB for John Fitzsimons. He has will beat these finish lads. I told you that was going to be a great race. That was absolute class. Let's wait for the photo finish on that one because I'm not going to... You're going to call it Marius? No. That race, that was absolutely brilliant. Our 800 metre B race is next. It's sponsored by Andrea Anderson. She's been working here since early morning with us. Always helps out, always sponsors, and always gets her athletes turning up. 800 metres women B with a start of 4:59. So we've 5 minutes for the off of the ladies race. Really interested to see who Malcolm is going to be handing this trophy to for the winner of the men's A. If 1, 2, 3 would hang around, we'll get that list. Back to work after those exciting races. We have the women's B 800 metres here, sponsored as I said by Andrea Anderson. Lane 1 looks empty, but I have Lauren Madden down from East End to compete there. Lane 2 is Zoe Carruthers from the City of Lisbon. She is a 2:15 girl and she ran 2:16 last weekend, so she's in great shape. 287 in lane 3 is Corinne Kenny from St. Lawrence 2 AC. I will finish this when Mr. Starter gets our ladies off. For our ladies B800, sponsored by Andrea Anderson.
On your mark.
Susie O'Flynn from Rahimi Shamrocks, 289, she was a 2:16 PB. Victoria Lightbody from City of Lisbon, young British, 209 PB, 212 from last weekend. Andrea Anderson coaches her, she's wearing 290. Kelly Lee is unbelievable, as you all know. She's wearing 291, on 40 now, original PB 203, world champion as a master, European champion. She's done well, international, super good. 292 is Rachel Brown from UCD, coached by James Mullen, 214 PB. Similar PB from Kate Nurse from UCD, 293 she's wearing. And 294 is Carol Allerton from Finland. Sean Allerton coaches her. She did her PB here last weekend when she did a 293. Laura Frey is doing her piece for us. 219. superb from our ladies there. 2:11.93 for these girls. And 2:11 was her PB from last weekend, so she'll be close to that. Thanks girls for that race, super race from our ladies B. Okay, men's 800 off the infield, please, we'd like to do this presentation. Roland Surlis, Harry Purcell and John Fitzsimons. Can you make your way to the presentation, guys? Inside the track. Okay. Bobby Farron Trophy is going to be presented. 1, 2, 3. Okay guys, we're going to do this presentation. John Fitzsimons and Roland Surlis. Harry Purcell is here. He's after beating you to the... Oh, there's John. I'm after letting you down, John. And Roland. Well done, lads. We make this quick and sweet. That was an absolutely superb 800 metre, guys. And I really put you under pressure because I said it was going to be the race of the meet. And I may be biased, but it was the race of the meet. So let me tell you one thing. 3 PBs for the 3 guys, first, second and third. This race is sponsored by Bobby Farron and Malcolm McCausland. And there is a trophy for the winner. In third place, Roland Surlis from Annalee in a time of 1:46.74. The PB, Roland, up on the podium there. We have to stay away from you all. Well done, Roland. Super. PB. Kinetica also donated to this race. In second place, another PB time of 1:46.53. Harry Purcell from Trinity. In an identical time of 1:46.53, so it went down to the thousands. The winner of the 800 metre A race here today, John Fitzsimons. And he's also being presented with the Bobby Farron Perpetual Trophy. 1, 2, 3, Surlis, Purcell, Fitzsimons, and what better way to do it than to do 3 PBs in the best race of the meet. Thank you, guys. Michael Farron is going to present the replica trophy. So there we go, Simon, or John, so you don't have to carry the big one home. Congratulations, guys. Well done, that was a super, super race. 1500 metres D about to get underway for the men in 4 minutes. Men's D, 1500 meters. Mr. Stewart. D, 1500 meters, are off here now. Johnny Foster, laps of 65. 129 is Frank McGrath. Carriers, that's a new club for me. You may see, I'm sorry. 130 is Niall Carberry from Common Carriers. Stephen Bates, 131, Ross Corley from Mullingar Harriers from James Camp. The target is 132 is Joel Chambers from Willowfield Harriers. Lawson Cochrane is his coach. He's a 414 PB, as has Jimmy Sloan. He's a 133 from Murray AC. Cookie O'Hagan coaching him. 134 is Andrea. 134, is Andrew McKenna from Monaghan Phoenix. Jerry McQuaid and Brian Pepper coaching him. 415 for William Kelly from St. Albans. Amy Kelly coaching him. He's wearing 135. 136 is Damien Madigan. 4AC, he's 408, as is Stephen Hunter from St. Albans. Now Kelly coaching him, he's wearing 137. 138, Jamie McCarthy from Waterford AC. Des Colbert coaching him, he's 407. And 403 is Tim Bruno from Steeplechase. Damien Madigan is the lad from North Cork. He's going with the pacemaker there. Andrew McKenna from Monaghan Phoenix behind, and then Jamie McCarthy. So as we head out there, it's 136 is Damien Madigan. Coming up on him is Andrew McKenna from Monaghan Phoenix. Straight for the penultimate ticket. One lap to go for our lads here in the 1500 meter D race. Good strong running for these lads. 136, Damien Madigan. 134, Andrew McKenna. And our prominent athlete, Niall Carberry, is coming up on the back again. 136. Down the back straight, nurturing up the long legs of Niall Carberry, and he's right up on the back of Andrew McKenna. Let's see if he makes a move down this back straight. And he's still in the lead. As I said, it is overtaking our long-term leader there. Is Andrew McKenna. So Conleth coming in here to show the guys how strong he's going. Niall Carberry there with Andrew McKenna. Just getting picked on the line there. Well done, lads. 4:05 for Niall Carberry will be 10 seconds for you, which is phenomenal. Andrew McKenna, Phoenix second, and Tim Bruno came up to take third. He's some last lap, clock on that last lap. Well done, lads. That was our men's D 1500. Last three races of the evening coming up. At 5:16 we have the women's A15 metres. 5:24 we have the women's A800, and in that we have Alex Bell, who is in terrific shape and Olympic qualifying time. And with the way the races have been going here today, who's to say it's not going to happen? And the last race of the evening at 5:32 will be the men's A15 metres. So our next race at 5:16 is the women's A1500 metres. It's sponsored by Cafe O, and Orla has been here working at Cafe O all afternoon. And just to let you know, she is an athlete, a serious athlete in her own right. She's the current world record holder for the 4 and the 800 in the Transport World Games. So transplant, what did I say? Transplant. So Orla, well done for sponsorship, and on top of that, for sponsoring this particular event and being a world champion and world record holder in the 4 and the 800. The charity for today, for the tickets that you may have bought just around the corner at the coffee shop, is for Transplant Sport Northern Ireland. And there's a hamper that has been put up by Mash Direct. So if you haven't bought tickets already, make sure to get in and buy some now before it is selected. The ticket is drawn out for the winner. So all monies go to Transplant Sport Northern Ireland, and Cafe O are also contributing to that, as well as the gallery. 3 races left are the women's A1500, the women's A800, and the men's A1500. Women A, sponsored by Cafe O. 66 is Kirsty Foster for Liverpool, sponsored by David Foster. Has a 440 PB for 41 seasons best. 67 is Brona Kearns from St. Simons. Emma Dundee from coaching her. Has a 435. 68 is the Denise Toner. I swear that girl just gets younger. Clonus AC, Paddy McGrath. Coaching her, she's 431 PB, and last weekend she ran 2:10 on this at the City of Lisbon. So it's Ellie is up there at the front. That's Ellie Hartnett from UCD wearing 77, coached by James Nolan. 4:21 is her PB, and on her back was Vinegar from UCD, coached by Joe Lawrence. 27 is her PB, and 75 is Carly Sweeney, Rafarni WSAF, Paul Fleming coaching her, she's a 4:25, looking really strong there. So right now it is Carla Sweeney in second to Ella there. Annette Quaid from Levy was pushed by Donny Walsh as a 4:21. That's a master PB. And then Avril Deegan is wearing 77 from Ballyroad and Elite and Bojo Ryan coaching her 4:28 girl, as is Emer McDonald from Ellis Track and Hogan's camp. She's in. Rose Finnegan, I said that from UCD, Joe Ryan, she's 4:27. Eva O'Connor is from Tony, she's targeting under 20 time. She has a 4:26. Damien Knowles from Coach Lee Carney's for Eagle, she's 4:26. Rachel Gibson from North End, coached by Francis Hall, 4:22. Lizzie O'Sullivan is in there at the time of 4:17. She's going to now, and Amy O'Donoghue has a no-show. So up front there we have Ellie Hartnett, Carla Sweeney, Kirsty Annette Quaid, a master, and 72 is Rosie Finnegan. So let's have a look and see how this goes. As our pacer drops out, it's Carla putting it up to Ellie. Carla gone in the lead down there. And with 600 to go, this is a very tight race, guys. Probably as tight as the men's 8. We're going to have some strong figures here. They're all lining up behind Carla and Ellie to take this on, and let's see where we go. Penultimate final straight, and we have 500 metres. Look at Denise Turner there. She's in terrific shape. Going up to the front there, prepared to take this on. And Quaid is there as well. Carla putting the foot down, but it's Denise Tucker that's going behind her, the ever-present master. Leave Carney starting to come into the race now. Carla is looking strong. Ellie in fourth, let's not give up on her, as Denise Tucker in third now. Leave Carney doing well, coming up on Carla, but Carla is looking strong. She's taking this on with 800 to go, and she's going strong away, but this race ain't over. Leave Carney is still holding that 2-metre gap. Carla Sweeney coming into the home straight in front. Leave Carney on her tail, and amazing Denise Tucker in third. Carla Sweeney putting in the last fight here to hold on to this. Denise Tucker coming up on Leave Carney, and Carla Sweeney's going to keep this for Carla Sweeney all the way to the end for Carla Sweeney. Leave Carney in second, amazingly. Denise Tucker in third, Ellie in fourth. That's super running, girls. Well done. Super race there on the clock. 4:17.57 for Carla, which will be an absolutely huge PB, and about time she got that, because she's been knocking on the door for a while trying to get a good PB, and what better place to do it than here in Mary Peters Stadium at the Belfast Irish Lions Club. We're going to hang on to the top 3 girls there. Carla, Neve and Rachel. Sorry, excuse me, Denise. If the 3 of you girls will hang on and we do a presentation as soon as you get your breaths back, we'll bring you onto the infield and we'll do the presentation. Absolutely class running here, girls, super running, and a very, very, very strong local Carla Sweeney. Delighted her winter has gone so well. Next on the meet, we've got 2 races left, guys. I ranted about the men's 800 metres, and I was right. In the women's 800 metres, we do have a genuine attempt at an Olympic qualifying time. The Olympic qualifying time for the women is 1:59, and the girl who could be up to this today is Alexandra Bell. Alexandra Bell has a PB of 1:59.82. She has a season's best from May 8th of 2:00.14, so she's in great shape. She loves this meet. She has been coming here since she was a teenager. We've been bringing her over to race at this meet, so I'm not putting her under any pressure, but I did the same for the lads in the men's 800 and they did the business for me. This race is sponsored by E&I Engineering and there's a couple of prizes, folks. Colin McLaughlin, who usually races, is the owner of E&I and he's putting his money where his mouth is. He's giving £600 sterling to the winner of this race. On top of that, if they break the Irish milers record, which is 2:01.50, if they go sub that, they get another £200 sterling. Now that's only for one of you girls, but feel free to break a few of you to break it. We'd be very happy. An Olympic qualifying standard of sub 159.50 will get you another £200 sterling. So there's a lot to go for here in this race today. Name one was to be Mary Hendry from Scotland, 274. I have to shut up because Mr. Starter is about to get this race underway.
On your mark.
Kilkenny City Harriers, leaving Noel Richardson coaching her. 2:12 is her PB, but reckons she's in 2:10 shape. Mary Hogan was here last weekend, she's from Crusaders. She ran 2:10 last week, had a baby in 2019, and that was her first 800 metre race and she had a baby. Louise Shanahan from Leavale is in great shape this year, coached by her dad. She's a 2:03 from this indoor season, and she raced around the Europeans in. You're looking at here at Sinead Denny, pacing up to 57. Alexandra Bell is wearing 278, and I've given you all her details. She's the class act in this race. On her there is Georgie Hartigan from DSD, a 2:01.48 PB this indoor season, and raced for Ireland in Turin. Claire Rooney ran a PB of 2:03, and there she is, Claire Rooney, ran 2:05 at the weekend, on Thursday. And Philippa Malage is a master athlete from Scotland who is class, she's over 40. She's a 2:05, ran 2:09 last weekend. Let's look at this race. That's Alexandra Bell in the lead, and she's just ahead of Georgie Hartigan, who's given it up to her. Louise Shanahan is a gutsy runner, and she's in third, with Claire Rooney in fourth, and Philippa Malage, who is our master athlete in fifth. She's awesome. This is not going all of Alex's way, but she'd be delighted to have somebody on her back as Hartigan is really pushing her. Let's cheer Bell on here into the home straight. Watch the clock as she comes across that line. She loves this track. Let's get a fast time on here to move down. We're looking for a really qualified standard. Well, that is pulling it up. Let's wait for that official result, but just to tell you that Alexander runs for GB, and at the moment there's one or two athletes that little bit ahead of her. So she needed to run the 159 without a doubt to qualify, but she really needed to run a 158 to let it be seen how good she is. She is a class act, and if that time is confirmed, 158.49 is simply phenomenal. And we've all seen it here done on Mary Peters' track. Awesome, absolutely super. Alexander Bell supports the Irish Milers Club. She's speaking here. Alexander, confirmed, 158.52. You have now broken the bank of E&I Engineering. They owe you a fortune. You've done everything. I'm seeing comments and we're crying. We think from the great John Glover, who has all these facts and figures, that it's on this track, but that's behind Kinetica, which I can't pronounce her name, and wait, yeah, so we think it's about the third fastest time ever in Northern Ireland. Yeah, super, I'm absolutely delighted. Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting to see what time Georgia Hartigan got. Alex loves this track, she always says she loves it, so that is absolutely phenomenal. She'll be queuing up to come back here next year, guys. Actually, hang on to all that money and pay for flights. Absolutely class. I'm so delighted with that. I'm so biased because I love the 800 metres, and I kind of knew those two races were going to be the races of the meet, so they didn't let me down. Girls, whenever we'll get this race finished, and then we do the presentation, so it gives you time to get your breaths back. Super, super racing here today in Belfast. We've one race left on the calendar, and it is the men's A 1500 metres. It's sponsored by Kind Snacks Ireland, and if they don't have their checkbook with them, they may have gone home for it after seeing what happened there, because once again, we have a prize of €600, £600, excuse me, not euros, the big pounds, for the first finisher. If that person finishes sub 3:37.5, they get an extra £200, and if they do an Olympic qualifying time, they get another £200. That's 3:35. Now, I was expecting Sean Tobin, so I don't know if have you seen him? It'll be interesting to see who's here, guys, with that type of money up for grabs in this men's 1500 metres here in the Belfast Irish Milers meet. Main sponsor is Kinetica. As we wait for the last race, we'll be on in a couple of minutes. I want to thank Kinetica. Without them, we wouldn't get to host the meet. Particular thanks to the workers, to all of you that were doing all your bits of work today. It is really appreciated. That's how the meet runs so well. A big thanks to Michael McGovern from the Irish Milers Club, but an even bigger thanks to Eamon Christie. Eamon Christie will start organising next week's race tomorrow. In fact, he's probably already started organising it. Yeah, oh yeah, I can see that happening. This doesn't happen in a day or two, it happens in a year. And it is down to the hard work, perseverance of one man, and that's Eamon Christie. So can I have a round of applause, please, for Eamon Christie, Belfast Irish Milers. Thank you, folks. Thanks for coming. Thanks to all the athletes for turning up for once again an absolutely phenomenal meet here in Mary Fisher Stadium. Rory Casey from Tugger, if you can come onto the infield, please, we can get the presentation done for the men's B 1500, was it, lads? Yeah, 1500. Rory? Girls, we'll get the 800 presentation after this men's 1500 metres. for which there is money prizes. Okay folks, last race of the meet. They appreciate your support in this race. That's the men's 1500 metre A final. And then we'll do the presentation for the ladies 800. And we're off. Let's give you the rundown on who's lining up here. Ryan Miskelly from Lagan Valley, coached by Mark Kerr. He's a 354 lad, aiming for low 350, looking for a European under 20 qualifying time, 348.49. Andrew Milligan is wearing number 3 from North Belfast Harriers. Jimmy Gibbons and David Ladd is coaching him. He's a 351 lad, aiming for 347. Joe Warren from Donegal AC is wearing number 4. You never know what Joe is going to do. Aiming for 350, that's a team of 350. Sean Donoghue from Celtic DC, coached by Mary Gordon, is wearing number 5. He's a 349 lad. His aim is to go sub 349. He's looking for that European under 20 standard of 348.49. Ty Donnelly from Drogheda and District is wearing number 6. 348. He's looking for the juniors aren't happening this year, unfortunately. Ty Donnelly is wearing number 6. Danny Mooney's wearing number 7. Back to athletics after doing some triathlon stuff. That's at Penny AC, Teresa McDade, 346 man at his best. Cormac Dalton's wearing number 8 from Murdoch Harriers and Joe Lyons, and he's a 355 lad. Johnny Wong is wearing number 9 from Clonmel Harriers, and James T is his coach. From Longford, Joe Ryan coaching, sorry, he pulled out because he's doing his name concert. Sean McGinley is number 12, Finn Valley. John Rogan coaching him, targeting that number 23 time. Polite John Hogan from MK. Darren Valley from UCD is leading. He, in February, did a 3K England record of 750, but the Irish under 23 record. Is a phenomenal piece. So that's Darren is coming into the home straight for the second time, for the last one, with down the back straight. Darren McInerney starting to pull away from Johnny Bond, but looking at back with the third, and not going to call that. Darren McInerney, 150 to go. Johnny Bond is starting to look a little bit like that top, but I'm going to he's going to take this all the way. Look at this battle. Number 8 is Paul from Oliver. Number 5 is Sean Donoghue from Celtic AC. 343.87. That's a class. 343.87 for Darren McInerney there. And we're going to do the presentation for before you go home, guys. 1, 2, 3. everybody hang on there for your presentation, but right now we're going to do the presentation for our amazing ladies in our 800 metre A final. So guys, we're going to do the presentation to the ladies, and Paul is going to try very hard not to cry as he parts with an absolute fortune. E&I Engineering sponsoring this ladies' A800, and I did sell it to you as a good race. I didn't think it was going to be as good as it turned out, but the ladies did not let me down. In a PB of 2:01.44. From Leevale, third place to Louise Shanahan. Colin Coughlin doing the presentation there. In a PB of 2:00.18, representing DSD. In second place, Georgie Hartigan. And broke her mammy's PB, oh look, that's bragging rights at home. And look, I cannot be happier about this, or the amount of money that she's ventured in. With an IMC record, a phenomenal qualifying time for the Olympics, and a huge personal best. The absolutely lovely, hold on, I have to get the time. The time of 1:58.52, the beautiful Alexander Bell. Congratulations. And we all really, really hope we get to see this girl at the Olympics. And maybe even some of the other girls beside you. Congratulations to the three of you girls, in particular to Alexander, who's been knocking on the door of that time and deservedly got it here at the Belfast Irish Milers Meet. Congratulations, ladies. Absolutely delighted for you and delighted for the men earlier who all their PBs. To everybody who competed, thank you very much for supporting the Belfast Irish Milers Meet. It's been a tough year getting this organised. I'm absolutely delighted with so many super performances. As ever, the Belfast track has proven itself to be really, really fast. Delighted for you all. Oh, the men's 1500, we're going to do that presentation for you now. Darren McElhenney, Cormac Dalton and Sean Donoghue. Pine Snacks Ireland sponsored this 1500 metres men A race, and we will get that presentation for you. Darren McElhenney, Cormac Dalton and Sean Donoghue, if you can make it to the finish line, and we'll get that presentation for you folks. There is money. Money! Dara is here first, so Cormac Dalton and Sean Donoghue, if you can make your way over. Great. Cormac, Sean Donoghue. We're just waiting for Sean. Great. Okay guys, we're going to do this presentation. Aidan will do the presentation for the 1500 metres. Rory. Rory from Kind Snacks Ireland, if you can make your way onto the infield and we get this presentation. He's shy like me, shy and retiring. Okay, we're going to do the presentation for the men's 1500 metres A race. In third place in a time of 3:46.68 from DCH, a Celtic DCH, Sean Donoghue. Well done, Sean. In second place in a time of 46.5 from Mullingar, Cormac Dalton. And the winner in a time of 3:43.87 class from UCD, Dara McElhenney. Well done, congratulations everybody. Safe home folks. It's always like this weather-wise in Belfast. Always. Women's 1500, if you can come on to the infield, Carla Sweeney, Niamh Carney and Denise Toner. Carla, Niamh and Denise, otherwise I get to keep it all. So far I'm not keeping anything. Carla Sweeney, Niamh Carney and Denise Toner. If you make your way over to the presentation area, Denise is here. So we're just looking for Carla Sweeney and Niamh Carney. If you don't turn up, I get to keep it. Carla Sweeney and Niamh Carney, make your way to the finish line.
Fucking